Hello? 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 Looks pretty live to me. Does it look live to you? Because it looks live to me.
Yes. Yes, you are live.
A Deontay, Joe Bullet, Quacktrap, welcome. Savannah, Rihanna, Ryan Webb. Thank you guys for showing up. Gonna make more thumbnails today. Before we get started with that, though, let me go ahead and post this on Twitter as well as to my Discord. Go. And post it to my Discord. There we go. Okay. So how's everyone doing today? Who is my Smash main? DDD. Alrighty, so with me today, I got a Danny. Say hi, Danny.
Hello.
And showing up here pretty soon will be Ryan. He just went to go grab a snack. Okay. And once again, my chat thing and the actual on my stream layout is doing that stupid thing where it'll pause for a second and then quickly catch up, effectively missing majority of the actual comments. I gotta find a way to fix that. I have no clue how to fix that.
Okay. Yes, it's like hello, Maniac and Crystal once again from Ryan's Pokemon stream.
Yeah. My favorite DLC character in Ultimate to play as, I like a lot of them actually. I really liked playing as Joker. Banjo is one I liked playing a lot as. Byleth I really enjoyed. Pyra and Mythra I really enjoyed. I mean, I got some enjoyment out of playing as all of them, but I guess I'm assuming you're asking like my favorite ones to play as.
Mm-hmm.
Is the background music Wanderer Remains? Pitch Black Horror from Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Yeah, you probably noticed I've been sticking to Kirby and the Forgotten Land soundtrack as the background music. Maybe because usually because so far this music's been pretty safe. Because there's a good number of my streams that normally get hit with a copyright and then reduced monetization. Because usually whenever I play the Smash Ultimate soundtrack, some theme in that ends up getting hit. So Kirby's been pretty safe. Besides, who doesn't like Kirby music?
Duelist asks favorite flavor of potato chip.
I really like Flaming Hot Cheetos, specifically the baked kind. Okay, so I will go ahead and say something that I did off stream to kind of make these go a little bit faster. To make these streams go a little bit faster. I took the liberty of sketching a bunch of characters ahead of time. So that's probably what I'm going to be doing for the future. Is I'm going to make the sketches of each character off screen, and then actually do the line art and finish them on stream. So this way we can actually get through more characters per stream. So I actually have a bunch here lined up. I'm not sure how many we're going to get through tonight. If we get through all of them, that'd be nice, but we'll see.
Alright. Favorite ice cream?
I'm a simp for chocolate.
Yeah, I like Cherry Garcia.
So that said, because even though I am sketching these ahead of time, if the sketches end up not being like favorable, I guess, to you guys, we can always just redo them on stream. But I guess to go ahead and get started, while we continue waiting for Ryan to get back, obviously number 3 on the list is Waluigi, and this is the sketch that I already have planned out for him. So when it's fitting into the actual like thumbnail, it's gonna look something like this. So how does that look, guys?
Looks good to me.
Tell me what you think of the Waluigi. He should hold up a bomb. I wanted to try to keep the items that are around him in this moveset ones that actually are within the moveset that I created for him.
I see a couple people saying he should have a rose in his mouth.
I feel like they kind of go against the chaotic nature of what the thumbnail is going for. All right. So we'll go ahead and get started. I do have a bunch of the stuff in the background kind of ready. To make it easier for the coloring and the such. All right. Girlfriend, the new Yoshi's Island is here. Oh, regarding Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I still actually don't own that game. I still need to get it. I never actually got it. I did see that apparently with the introduction of Birdo, it's actually showing that we are going to be getting more characters aside from her. That's pretty neat. I'm sure Brandon is excited about that.
Because Brandon plays a lot of Mario Kart, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, Mario Kart?
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Ryan.
Oh, we talking Mario Kart 8 Deluxe?
Yeah, because it looks like with the because it looks like something like I guess that got confirmed is that with the introduction of Birdo, they actually are going to start adding even more characters after that.
Yes, from the looks of it, yeah, and just like we said earlier, yeah, they are adding Birdo. And now it's just a matter of who else are they gonna add afterwards?
Thank you so much, Donut, for the $2. Don't know what to put here, so have a donut. Well, thank you, I appreciate that. Can never go wrong with a good donut.
Especially the jelly-filled kind. Oh yeah, how's everybody in the chat doing? Hope everyone's been having a fantastic evening. Oh yeah, and big shout out to everybody in the chat who also stuck around for the latest session of Pokemon Scarlet over at Spiffy Needle Geeks.
That was a fun time.
Yes. Yeah, where BJ, encouraged Ryan to commit murder.
Look, that greeted had it coming.
Alright, listen. I know usually, like, the whole shtick was that I would be like, okay, BJ is trying to get rid of all the Squavits and Greedents. I would be like, no, I'm going to save them. But, listen, I had to change things up a little bit. Listen, I saw the opportunity there. I freaking took it. And it was the funniest thing. It's like, no, Arvin, no worries. I will be fine soloing this Titan battle. Yeah, no, it's fine.
Okay. Oh, well, now that you're here, Ryan, favorite ice cream?
Oh, God.
Yeah, because BJ said chocolate, and mine was Cherry Garcia.
Ooh, there are so many good ones. Well, yeah, I guess the first one that comes to mind would be Double Fudge Brownie.
That's pretty good.
That, or if I'm really wanting something more fancy, Red Velvet.
Red Velvet is also good. Though I find red velvet slightly better in cake form, less than ice cream form.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, surprisingly, like depending on who's making the red velvet ice cream, they can actually pull it off like pretty well. Where it's like, yeah, it's an ice cream, but also you can also like feel and taste like the cake texture of like red velvet cake. It's pretty good. But yep, Rihanna, yep, I agree. Sorry, nope, yep, birthday cake remix. That's another fun one.
BJ, somebody wants to know specifically to you, favorite animated film.
That changes like every day, honestly. I don't really have like a consistent one.
Same.
At one point, it will be Sonic the Hedgehog 2, and the next thing you know, oh hey, Puss in Boots: The Last Wish.
Like, I don't really watch too many movies anymore. So it's becoming an even harder question for me to answer. Oops.
Yeah, and it's like, I guess on one hand, it's on one hand, it's probably be like, oh, okay, it's like an interest kind of deal, where it's like you don't really have the time or interest to go out to see movies anymore. Plus, on the other hand, even then, it's like, you know, with the pandemic and all of that, it's, for some people, it's rather difficult to go out to see movies.
Like, I am planning to go see the Mario movie when that comes out. I'm gonna try to see it day one, just to avoid spoilers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, I would suspect, like, that weekend, so it's like, yeah, whatever is, like, that Saturday, that'll probably be when I go and see it, because that's one of my days off from work.
What? Oh, wait a minute, actually, yeah, wait, hold up. I'm trying to recall, they moved it forward.
Yeah, it's on, it's
to April 5th.
Yeah, it's on the 5th, so, which is a Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, so most likely that Saturday will be when I go see the Mario movie.
Oh, right. Okay. Gotcha.
Now, if they had opened it up on a Tuesday, then I could go see it day one. But alas.
That's like, they were so close. They missed their mark. Just by a day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Such is life.
It is what it is.
Somebody asked, speaking of the Mario movie, are you going to do a Mario Day stream?
Probably not, because I'm going to be working that day.
Well, let's see. Well, I mean, if we're talking stuff for Spiffy Needle Geeks, I know technically, like, Mario Day, like this upcoming Friday, it is like the shortest shift that I have, but I guess it all depends on how I'm feeling at the time. And I guess I would have to pick a Super Mario game to play for the day. Not sure which one though. You know what? You know what, Mark? That's true.
That's true.
Mario Kart. Mario Kart would be a good choice. I mean, especially with the new tracks and all. So I was like, yeah, that could work. Heck, if anything, it is possible, you know. Oh, shoot. I don't know where Brandon went off to earlier today, but even so, it's like, you know, I could hit him up and be like, hey, so, this Friday, you want to hit it up with some Mario Kart 8 Deluxe to check out the new tracks? Hopefully he wouldn't mind.
Favorite Smash moveset that I made? I don't really have one. Like, I generally tend to not post a moveset if I don't like it. So I try to get into the habit of making sure that I like what I post.
Someone wants to know, who is your least favorite Pokemon and Pokemon starter?
Least favorite Pokemon is Greedent. I've made that quite apparent on this channel. Least favorite starter? I don't really dislike any of the starters. If I were to pick one that I'm like most indifferent to, it'd probably be Tepig's line.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah. In regards to least favorite starter, while I haven't been like the biggest fan of like, I don't usually go for like the grass starters or whatever. That doesn't. I'm not saying like I don't like all of the grass starters. They're a lot. Pretty much like all of them are amazing in their own way, and I'm sure other people would agree with that. But yeah, I mean, with that in mind, I think I'm pretty much on the same boat as BJ is when it comes to least favorite starter. I never really had like a least favorite. But least favorite Pokemon in general? Ooh. That's a tough one. I think more so because there are so many Pokemon to consider.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, get back to me on that one.
Probably don't really need to be drawing too much of these wheels, since especially that back one's going to be obscured, but whatever. What thumbnail we making? We just got here. We're doing Waluigi's, because he is currently next on the list. Waluigi is indeed a character.
That he is.
Waluigi is there.
Oh my goodness. The walking meme in the video game industry, amongst many others.
Luckily, making a lot of these shapes is pretty easy for his cart. It'll become a lot more intricate once I actually get to working on it, his body as well as his instruments.
Spark Soulman asks, which character are you dreading the most or least when it comes to drawing these thumbnails?
Master Chief.
Yep, he made that appear in the last thumbnail art stream.
Yeah,
yep.
Master Chief is literally like his armor is just so intricate. That's gonna be a doozy.
So you better not disappoint.
Someone is saying, have Waluigi crushing the assist trophy.
No.
No.
Because I'm curious, how many thumbnails do you go to on Twitter to see that exact same thing? Not Twitter, YouTube in general.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Who'd win in a fight, King Boo or Bowser? I don't know. Probably Bowser, because technically I think King Boo serves Bowser.
He outranks him. It's like, King Boo may be a king, but come on, who's the real king here? There's one right answer to that, and that's Bowser.
Who's gonna stop him?
Mario.
MTSD Holocat asks, BJ, I just started a YouTube channel. Can you please give me some advice?
I mean, just have fun with it best you can. Like, don't be afraid to take it seriously, but don't be afraid to also have fun with it. Because if you have fun with it, your audience will have fun too. And not to mention, like, make sure you love what you're doing. Like, don't like do what you're doing. Like, don't treat it like you're just going through the motions, because that is the quickest way to lose an audience.
Yeah, just have fun with what you're doing, and on top of that, don't be afraid to be a bit innovative from time to time.
Did I delete that image of the cart that I had? Because I have to go back and use it as a reference. I don't know why I deleted it.
Oh.
It's alright. I can find it again.
Derp. Who would win in a fight, Marks or Magolor?
I don't know. Who do you want to win? Whoever you want to win, that's the one who wins. There you go.
It's time for a dip battle! No, I'm kidding, no.
Someone asked, if you do the Alolan Trainer moveset, is it going to be Popplio, Torracat, and Decidueye as the Pokemon, since Incineroar has his own spot?
It's gonna just depend on... It's literally gonna depend on whoever gets the most requests.
Yeah.
That's how I've always decided... Like, for the protagonist trainer specifically, that's how I've always decided what Pokemon to use for them. Like, literally, like, of those Pokemon, who has the most requests. And kind of work off from there. And and to a degree, like, there definitely is some, like, workarounds you gotta do. Because for Unova Trainer, for example, Oshawott, Duat, and Samurott all had more votes than all of the other Pokemon at that point. So it became a point of, okay, of those three, who has the most between them? And it ended up being Duat. So then I had to go, okay, so then of the superior line, who has the most? And ended up being Snivy. And then technically Emboar did not have the most, but because Duat's line and Snivy's line had more votes than Tepig's line, I needed to look at... So how I do it is, I look at whichever line has the most votes overall, and then choose that one. Then I look at the second most looked at line, and then choose whoever is the most voted of that line. And then I look at the last line, and just fill in then just fill in the spot.
Okay.
Just despite everyone getting mad at me before for having first stage water, second stage grass, third stage fire for the longest while, that's literally how it just kept like coming out. Like, people get mad at me for it. It's like, guys, you're the ones that are voting for it. Why are you getting mad at me?
I'm practically just doing what I'm told.
Alright, Golden Skull asks, what do you think of the upcoming fighting games that have been announced? So, like, Street Fighter 6, MK12, Tekken 8?
Well, I have no opinions on Street Fighter, on Mortal Kombat 12, since we actually haven't seen anything on it. I know it was technically announced, but we don't know anything about it yet. I've never been the biggest Tekken guy, so I couldn't really tell you. I'm not really a Street Fighter guy either, but I do at least have more interest in that series compared to Tekken. Honestly, Ryan's more of the Tekken guy here.
Yeah, I mean, I did... Oh, go ahead.
I will say, though, that the new Street Fighter game does look really amazing. Just so far, just the visuals and, like, the care that's being put into it, like, looks astounding.
Yeah,
It really does.
I love the art direction that Street Fighter's been going down.
Oh, yeah, I strongly agree. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I know I mostly grew up with like Mortal Kombat and Tekken. Sadly, I too have not been like that much of a follower when it comes to Street Fighter. But I still need to try my hands on Mortal Kombat 11, let alone Mortal Kombat 10, because it has been a hot minute since I've touched Mortal Kombat in general. But I will say, even though I have yet to officially try my hands on Tekken 7, from what I've been seeing with Tekken 8, it looks so freaking amazing. Like, here we are talking about on just how amazing everything looks with Street Fighter 6. Oh man, if you were to look at like the character trailers for what they've shown off for Tekken 8, you know, Nina Williams, Kazuya Mishima, Jin Kazama. Oh man, no, you can tell it's like this is like the best looking Tekken game to date. It's that good.
Okay.
now I'm just waiting for them to do a character trailer of my boy King.
Well, we already know King's in the game. They're not getting rid of King.
Oh no! Listen. I know he's in the game. I just want him to get his own character trailer.
King's one of the OGs. They're not getting rid of King.
No, of course not. I mean, seriously, you can literally say the exact same thing for like Jin Kazama and Kazuya Mishima. Oh, we already know a while back that they're going to be in the game. That didn't stop them from giving them their own character trailers regardless. I just want to see more of my boy in action.
I've played Pizza Tower yet? I have not.
Dylan asks, who is your favorite and least favorite legendary Pokemon?
My favorite legendary, I have a few actually that I really like. I really like Darkrai. Darkrai's concept has always been fascinating to me. Mewtwo I think is an easy favorite for a lot of people. Mewtwo's just cool.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, Mewtwo is a go-to.
I like Diancie, even though I guess it's technically mythical, but I really don't care. It's all the same thing to me.
I always liked the design for Groudon, to be honest.
Also, real quickly, I should actually make mention to this now. I do ask everyone in the chat, when it comes to talking about Pokemon, try to avoid talking about Pokemon Scarlet and Violet spoilers, because Ryan here currently is playing through Scarlet blind, and he's literally been unspoiled for everything, so we don't want to spoil anything for him now.
Oh, yeah, good call. Thank you. Yeah, like what we were talking, like what I mentioned briefly, before BJ went live, we were, like BJ, Danny, and a few others, they were, helping me out with, like, guiding me through, like, my first ever experience with Pokemon Scarlet. We literally, went through the, 5 out of 8 gyms. No, 6. Technically it's 6. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just finished the Psychic Gym. I still have like 2 bases to go through. A huge load of classes still, even after the midterms. And no, there's the end of the Titan quest because all the Titans are taken care of. So yeah, sorry. So yeah, no, I still have a bit of a ways to go. So yeah, please, no spoilers, please. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it was like we were mentioning earlier, like where BJ mentioned about how much he hates Greedence. That's where he pretty much convinced Ryan to commit murder.
Kill Arvin's Greedent.
Arvin's Greedent.
Yeah.
At first I was initially against it, but then I was about to do an attack, and because of the double battle, it would give you the option to attack your allies' Pokemon.
So I was like the little devil on his shoulder, like Brandon was the angel trying to like no, don't.
That's literally how it's been like since day one. It's like no, you don't get it. No, stop, BJ, stop. Listen. I saw the game give you the option, so I'm like, you know what? Just this once, I'm gonna do it. Oh man, I'm so glad somebody clipped that. That was great. Meanwhile, Brandon is like, what are you doing? I cannot believe what I'm witnessing right now. What is wrong with you?
Gold Skull asks BJ, have you played God of War Ragnarok?
I have not. I do own a PS5 though. Me getting a PS5 when I did was how I was able to finally do Spider-Man. That Spider-Man moveset back then. As well as how I was able to do Ratchet and Clank. Rift Apart stuff. Did you ever get a PS5, Brian?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Cool.
I did actually.
Cool. Because I know you were like trying to like you were scraping around trying to find that.
Yeah, back when getting a PS5 was incredibly difficult. Now apparently, from what I've noticed, I think it's now getting to a point where, oh yeah, even GameStops actually have like PS5s like in stock in store.
Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna have to check GameStops then, because everywhere else I go, still can't find them.
Yeah, I didn't say it was still easy.
Yeah, so
But
that's
it's like, the fact that they surfaced like in store after all these years or whatever, it's like, okay, it's a sign for something. It still could be a lot better, but even so, that's still a good sign.
Yeah, but that's like every like big box like chain store, be it like, you know, Walmart, Target, Best Buy, you know, like regardless if I happen to walk into it for something else, I always check that video game section just on the off chance that maybe this will be the one that'll have the PlayStation 5s, and none of them do.
Oh, of course.
You know, so that's where, yeah, it's like, I think like out of all of us right now, I think I'm the only one that still does not have a PlayStation 5. I just do not have the luck.
Oh man, I just got lucky with the Sony PlayStation Direct website, and it's like, I guess you would have to be like you have to jump on the waiting queue like early enough to be able to have the website allow you to go to their like a store page where you can actually order a console and then go forward from there.
I think I've told this story on my channel before, but in case anyone just didn't hear it or forgot about it, I was incredibly lucky in getting my PS5 because it was back when, yeah, they were really difficult to get. Because I saw this because I'm a GameStop member, like I got like the Pro Card and all that such, and GameStop emailed this ad saying, hey, we're selling PS5s at this time only to the PlayStation, only to the GameStop Pro members. And at first I thought I missed it because I got on right when it happened, but of course, you know, the site was super laggy because I'm sure there was a ton of people trying to get it. And it was kind of bad timing too because at that same time, I had an appointment for my chiropractor that I needed to be at, and ultimately it reached the point where it was like, oh, I'm not gonna be able to get this. Like I have to go. So, so unfortunate, but it is what it is. Like I didn't really expect to actually find it, but so when I got there though, when I got to the chiropractic, I had to wait in the queue, wait for my turn, and a part of me was like, you know what? Let me just pull it back up my phone and check again. And when I did, it was working. So on my phone, I very quickly put in the information, and I got it. And then literally like a week later, I got my PS5 with 2 controllers and then a copy of Ratchet and Clank and Spider-Man. I was like, heck yeah.
Nice.
Wow. That's crazy. I remember like when you I still remember like freaking you post that like on like you post your newly received PS5 on your Twitter and you're like, okay, sorry Ryan, but yeah, this happened. I was salty. I was so freaking salty, dude. and then it was like, I'm like, okay, I need some time to get this out of my freaking head or whatever. Like sometime later, we're getting into a call together. One of the first thing you said was, like, I'm sorry, Ryan, I'm sorry, I got a PS5 before you. I'm like, dude, I was trying to forget about that. Why'd you have to bring that up? Why you gotta do this to me, man? It's like, no, screw you.
Because I felt legitimately bad, actually.
No. Again, it is what it is.
Because
It was all
I
good.
felt bad because I knew how like hard you were trying to get it, and I was a lot more casual about it, and I just casually got it.
It's like, you lucky son of a gun. And it's like, oh yeah, of course, the big name content creator over here, he's able to get a PS5 before me. Of course. What have I done so wrong? No.
No problem.
Good.
Somebody had actually asked earlier, let me see, Pulsinator asks, speaking of PlayStation Direct, what are our thoughts on Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft opting out of E3 this year?
Honestly, I knew it was gonna happen eventually.
It's only a matter of time, really.
Yeah.
It's like at this rate, it's like I'm well aware there are many other presentations that are in E3, but if I can be perfectly frank, really the big three are all I care about anymore. I don't care about the Bethesda, presentation. I don't care about the Square Enix presentation. It's just give me the big three. And since the big three can kind of do everything on their own, it's like, to me, it's not that much of a loss.
Pretty much. Why are they opting out? Because because they found like what is effectively the direct format, which allows them to make these presentations whenever they want and are not restricted to just one day of the year. Like, they don't need E3 anymore. They just don't.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. It's like, I think, like, E3, like, give them a couple of years, E3 will pretty much be a thing of the past.
Yeah, and then everybody will, they'll just be like, alright, so we're just gonna be doing digital events from here on out. Every gaming company will just be like, okay, so we're hosting our own directs. So there you go.
Mm-hmm. Gregory wants to know, when's your next moveset coming out?
It really is just I don't really have a time for it. It's just whenever it'll come out whenever it comes out. Because again, I'm still kind of on this I want to kind of do what I want to do for the time being. I am still working on them. Like, they are still being worked on. Like, I'm not like putting them completely aside. But in terms of actually finishing them, it's just whenever they're finished. I don't have a time for them.
Yeah, and that's totally fair.
Don't worry, I'm not canceling them. They're not getting canceled anytime soon. If I was canceling them, I wouldn't bother with these thumbnails.
Yeah.
Like, I'm making these thumbnails actually to try to make the series stronger. Like, as a way to help, as a way to try to help reach out to more people, like with more appealing looking thumbnails.
Mm-hmm.
No, don't worry, Gregory. Like, I still love the series. I'm not stopping it anytime soon. It's just, I just needed a small little baby break to focus on other things. Even though at this point it's not really a baby break anymore. It really is just a full-on just break, but either or.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, to be fair, it's like, considering, like, how much you've been on top of making, like, weekly uploads for this series or whatever, putting aside, like, the occasional, like, okay, I have to take this week off because of, like, personal stuff or whatever, I mean, it's like, you know, I think it's justifiable that you would need to take like a full-on break, you know?
It's like there's just some other stuff that I've been wanting to do. Like I wanted to focus on more on art stuff, catch up on some games that I've been meaning to play. Something else I started recently, actually. Like I joined a Digimon fan project that I've been watching for a little bit now, where they're enhancing, they're effectively fan enhancing the Digimon Dawn and Dusk games by like adding more Digimon to them, like enhancing the story, making them just overall better experiences. So I joined that as a spriter, where I make the sprites for some of the new Digimon that they're adding in.
Nice.
So that's something I kind of been working on in my time as well.
Patrick wants to know, will you be doing artwork like this for the characters that you've already drawn, like, Undertale characters?
Yes. In fact, I actually already done one. Like, I guess I was planning on kind of saving these, like showing them ahead of time. But I actually did already make one for Frisk. I guess to give a sneak peek to that one. Here it is, right here. Actually, that reminds me. I probably should in Discord put this, share the screen so you guys can at least see it live what I'm doing, so you know what I'm talking about. There you go. Yes. I am like every single character, even like ones that I've already made art for, ones that are in Smash, they're all getting brand new art for these thumbnails.
Okay.
Like, no one's getting left out of this one. No man left behind.
Maniac said the music stopped?
Because of course it did. Why would YouTube keep a music playlist going? There's got to be a way to like change that, right? Where YouTube will stop asking you if you want to, like, do you want to keep this playing? It's like yes, I do. If I wanted to stop it, I would stop it.
Yeah, Rihanna asks, have you ever heard of Project 06, the fan-made remake of 06?
Yes, I have. I've seen some Call Me Johnny play it on his channel here and there.
Okay. Creeper Flower, do you have a favorite genre of music?
Not really. I just listen to whatever I think sounds nice. I think like I do have some genres that I actively will avoid though. Like I know like for me country is one that I just generally don't care about. Like certain raps I really don't care for. It depends on for the rap it depends on the rap. For the country though, country is pretty universally I just don't listen to it.
Yeah. So Isaac asks, by the way, what happened to the Kirby Pog artwork from last Pat's stream?
That's right. I forgot about that. I think I still have it. I just never did anything with it since then.
Dylan wants to know, favorite song from Steven Universe?
Make me pick between my children, why don't you? What are some good ones that immediately stick out to me? I think Garnet's song, what was it called again? Stronger Than You is pretty universally just great.
It is. It very much is.
It still holds up.
Yeah. There was one song that Lapis sang that I really enjoyed. I forget what it was called. I know she was like singing it to Steven when they were like in some kind of like the moon base or something. Like that's a song I really liked. Pearl's song that she was singing like during like the city episode where Greg, her, and Steven went to the city.
Yeah.
That was
Was it like It's Over?
yeah, that's it.
It's over.
That's another really good one.
Isn't it? Isn't it over? Yeah, that one. There is that other song that Garnet sang. It was also I think it's like in Garnet and Stevani was in a meditative state.
Yeah,
And it's
that's another good one.
here comes a thought.
Like Steven
Yeah,
Universe
that
just had a lot of earworms,
Mm-hmm.
so it's really hard just to only pick one.
All I wanna do is see you turn into a giant woman, a giant woman.
I never watched Steven Universe. Is it any good?
It's really good. It's
Mm-hmm.
It's like
I have noticed at the very least. I know the lot of us, at least, you know, in our friend group here, all really enjoy it. I've noticed for the most part, though, it definitely does seem to be an acquired taste for some people.
Mhm.
But in terms of like a story, it's phenomenal. That's just how I see it, anyway.
Like, yeah, because I remember BJ when you introduced it to us. Like, I went in honestly with very low expectations, and I was very pleasantly surprised with how much I enjoyed it. But that being said, you know, because we were watching it, you know, when it was airing, and yeah, Cartoon Network, like, there had to have been some weird behind the scenes shenanigans going on or something, like when it came to like the scheduling and like the rate of new episodes and stuff. Like, it just kind of like ultimately, like, I didn't get around to watching all of it. I mean, I got pretty far into it, but it just got to that point where I'm like, I'm sick and tired of waiting for new episodes. When we do get new episodes, they say, oh, it's the next Steven Bomb, and it's like, literally, it's just the next 5 episodes, and then, well, we'll see the next batch in a fucking year. And it's
no cussing.
I just got tired of waiting. So I'm like, I'll wait until it's done. And I've yet to go back.
Yeah, it is done. Also, no cussing.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, because it is like truly finished now. And I will also say, like, without spoiling anything about like the final seasons and stuff, like the final season, it definitely had a lot of mixed like reception. Again, I still really liked it. I still really enjoyed it, but there were a lot of people that just didn't. So, Steven Universe is very much a show that just, it depends on the person. It depends on the viewer.
Oh yeah, like you said, like Steven Universe like it has a required taste. Yeah.
Ever played Assassin's Creed? No, I have not played Assassin's Creed.
I've only ever played Assassin's Creed 2.
I've played 1 and 2. Like, 1 was okay. Really liked 2. Started Brotherhood and I quit after an hour because I just did not care for it at all. And then I just never got around to continuing it on. So yeah, I don't really know much about the series anymore.
Oh shoot.
A question for me. Did you by chance see that currently unfinished fan art concept that's SMG Neonauts pick review mixed with me? No, I haven't.
Oh, hey, yo, there you are. What's up, Brandon?
Brandon.
I return. Hello.
Where have you
Oh,
been,
eh.
young man?
Are you everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine.
Okay, cool.
How are you all?
Not too shabby.
I thought you were about to say not too great. I'm like, who did it?
What? No, no.
Blame the
Everything-
chat.
No. Go ahead.
Always blame the chat.
You're right.
No.
I wish he was exaggerating, but no.
Oh, jeez.
This
Yeah, I
hive
don't remember
mind
exactly
of-
like when you dipped exactly when we were playing like a Pokemon Scarlet. But I mean, I have 2 gyms left.
Oh yeah, I was watching.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I was. I just had to leave the call for a little bit. One, I had to reset Discord, and then I had to like take care of some stuff outside of that.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. No worries.
But said Brandon, did
Oh,
you see
man.
that the Mario Kart 8 DLC is going to be adding at least 5 new characters?
I saw.
So King Boo, Petey Piranha probably,
Rob.
potentially Rob, yeah. Larry,
Who else?
Baby Larry.
Baby Larry. Please no. They'll probably add the Honey Queen.
From Galaxy?
Yeah,
That's right. She
She
was
was in-
she was like a random character added to 7, wasn't she? I forgot about that.
yeah. Wiggler too.
Yeah.
I will say it will be rather interesting to see them bring back Rob.
Funky Kong. And he's just as
Yeah.
broken as he was in Mario Kart Wii.
Oh God.
Remember what Devin would say about Funky Kong? He was literally like, if you play as Funky Kong in Mario Kart Wii, you are literally a degenerate.
Sounds about right.
Those were the days. Those were the days.
Materia shop. Oh boy. Funky Kong in the old Mario Kart games is the equivalent to what Waluigi is now. Every time you play online in Mario Kart, that's all everyone will ever play, with a specific kart combination, specific wheels, only playing as Waluigi because it's the most broken thing ever.
Yeah, he was just unbalanced. Like you had a higher chance to win if you played as Funky Kong.
Which and that's all everyone does. That's all that everyone ever does now with Waluigi, which doesn't necessarily make the game fun, because that's all you ever see nowadays.
Well, people don't care about fun; they just want to win.
I know that.
Shoot, I didn't even realize Waluigi was broken in Mario Kart 8.
What is the most
I just
requested
thought
Smash moveset that hasn't happened? Jevil, and it hasn't happened because again, Deltarune isn't done yet.
He'll be done in 10 years.
Give or take.
Yeah, I know. It's like, don't get me wrong, I'm glad to see that Toby Fox is taking his time. You know, we don't want a Scott Cawthon situation where we're just gonna rush things and, you know, just completely screw up the lore. But at the same time, it's like, you know, it's like, it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's like, on one hand, I'm glad you're taking your time, but on the other hand, it's like, next chapter, come on!
If I were to say
Oh,
what
boy.
a character who has gotten a lot of requests that I haven't made a moveset for that isn't Deltarune, that would probably be Hornet from Hollow Knight. And the only reason she hasn't been done yet is because we're still waiting for Silk Song in this really, really large corner.
Oh no.
People keep telling me, it's right around the corner, BJ, do Hornet, it's right around the corner. This corner is never ending, guys. Like, do you know what a corner is?
I still have the script for one potential. What if they were in Smash moveset, a non-video game character? But oh boy, it's really hard to say when that will ever be a thing.
So, it's funny you say that because like I was playing Smash one day, and a thought came to my head where it's like, man, I don't want to necessarily pin this on Sakurai, but I feel like the ball was really dropped to make an Echo Fighter out of one of the characters into the game. And then I thought about it some more, and I'm like, I could probably do something with this to make this character stand out more, as opposed to just being an Echo Fighter. And now it's kind of turning into a character I'd like to like think on and actually potentially do for a moveset.
Oh, good lord, you guys. Oh, no, say who it is. Oh, yeah, sure. I'm just gonna go ahead and just say what the character is. Okay.
No. Here's what you guys do. Say a random character that isn't what it is, and it'll just throw them off.
You know why they want you to say it, right?
Why?
So they can request it.
Well, I mean, the thing is,
I'm trying to inflate my numbers.
it's like, yeah, well, I don't know. I feel like this character may have already gotten a significant amount of requests over time.
Yeah,
Reverse Flash. It was me, Barry. Good lord.
okay, I need to figure out like a. I think I need to figure out like a proper way to like make this hand here on this really tiny wheel.
Oh wait, oh no, Brandon, wait a minute, no. Even then, I can't really do that because yeah, no, you're absolutely right. If I do say a random character that'll throw them off, yeah, they're still gonna throw requests on there. And I remember the last time something like that happened, you're like, Ryan, stop giving them ideas.
Yeah.
It's like
Exactly.
I don't want to do that again. I mean, as much as I would, I can't.
I know. It's like, something everyone needs to. Well, if not everyone, then at least us. Like every chat in a content creator's like chat room or whatever is a collective hive mind.
They really are, though.
Ooh.
Like there are no individual opinions here. Everyone has the exact same brain cell on a chat. Not to be annoying, do you remember your Bendy Smash Moveset video? Someone made Bendy and Rivals of Aether based on your video. How do you feel knowing that? I don't care. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really bother me. It's not like Bendy's my character.
I keep forgetting Rivals is just the game to just make that kind of stuff happen.
BJ, out of the 3 Star Fox reps, who's your fave?
Falco. There's a certain amount of, like, kinship between him and I, you know?
Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Not all the time. Like, I mean, some people say that, and to an extent, yes, that is true. But then there are people who will weaponize imitation to some degree.
Right. But that being said, like, you know, if this is like somebody who made like a bendy moveset, like for a different game, and you know used BJ's suggestions as, you know, as inspiration, it's like, yeah, it's like, why would BJ get mad at that?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that as an example of weaponizing. It's just
Yeah.
there are levels to it.
Like, it takes a lot to get under my skin, but that is not one of them.
Yeah, it's like if anything, I think you'd be like, hey, cool. Oh, Greg. Oh, Greg says, I'm sorry. What Greg you meant was, is BJ proud that it's out there because of the video?
Oh, no, I'm still pretty indifferent to it. Again, it doesn't really matter to me. That looks
Meanwhile,
decent.
this practice run is going smoothly.
Charleston here says, if you're having a hard time with him gripping the wheel, maybe having him honk the horn instead.
That's not a terrible idea, actually.
Yeah, he says like giving him road rage while barreling his way.
That is a very Waluigi thing to happen, actually. Him honking the wheel while his other hand is occupied, so his hand's not even on the wheel. How am I gonna like do that though in this situation here? Because he has these long, lanky arms.
Wait,
Let me
Ray,
see.
was that question addressed to me? Because I'm pretty sure Ryan doesn't play Final Fantasy XIV.
I think. Yeah, Brendan. I think you're the only one out of all of us that plays Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah. Really good game, by the way.
Let me see if I can find like a
I mean-
flat version of Waluigi's hand
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah, like I hear Final Fantasy XIV is a lot of fun.
It really is.
Yeah,
Free
it's
to,
just,
free to try. Free to try both expansions up to level 60.
right. So that's where it's like, yeah, the minute that it's like. Yeah, it's like the minute like you go into the whole, you know, pay for like the monthly subscription or whatever, and that's where I'm like, I don't know, I'm like, why is that even still a fucking model at this point? You don't need that as a model anymore. You really don't.
I used to think that way, but as I kept playing, I'm like, I actually found it was kind of worth it. I mean, thankfully, you don't need any other subscription service to play the game. It's like it's not like one of those games that requires PlayStation Plus or Xbox Live or whatever.
Remember that
All
laugh?
your-
Remember that laugh from
Okay.
Final Fantasy 13? I don't know what laugh. Danny, you may know more of that because I remember the laugh from 10, but a laugh from
Wait.
13?
There's
Yeah,
no
that-
laugh. There's no laugh in 13.
No, I think you're thinking the weird laugh from Final Fantasy X, like where it's with Tidus and Yuna.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're thinking 10.
I remember Titus's laugh, but not. I don't remember any. Then again, I'm not really that well versed in 13. Like I found out pretty quickly early on without even playing the game that it's pretty bad.
You're honestly not missing that much. Thoughts on Tidus' laugh from Final Fantasy X? I am keeping my mouth shut. Like,
Another time.
I'm not gonna answer that question because I'm telling you right now, it's like you know, you guys have a problem with my language. BJ will have to kick me out of the call if you get me on a Final Fantasy X tirade.
It's not that we have a problem with the language. It's you two that's the problem right now. Well, I guess not even really YouTube. It's just the fact that the premise of BJ's channel is all.
What's up?
Oh, hang on. Do you hate Final Fantasy X? Not a fan of Final Fantasy X, and I know I am in the minority on that one. There are things about 10 that I do like, but there's a lot that really get on my nerves. So it's like, yeah, it kind of ruined the experience for 10 for me. So, yeah, not a fan.
Have any of you played
Okay.
Phantasy Star Online too? Yes, I do actually.
Who
play
was it that
Phantasy
suggested me
Star.
having Waluigi honk during this? Because, like, I need to thank you again because that was a brilliant idea to make this a lot easier on my life.
Oh, let me look back up.
Oh,
Charles Nader.
Yeah, thank you so much, dude. That was a brilliant idea. Because it fits Waluigi, and it's technically art cheating, but I don't care. I'll have to redo the arm, but that's fine. It was already kind of out of the way anyway.
I have the pixel remasters of the Final Fantasy classics. I'm kind of waiting for the Switch version to show up so I can play them on the go. I can finally say I own almost every single. Or once that happens, I can finally say I own almost every Final Fantasy game on Switch. He says as he's playing Crisis Core right now, practicing.
I have the new Crisis Core. I still need to play it. Like I'm
Please
waiting
do.
for it. I'm waiting for like a time when because I know Sophia really wants to watch it too. So like I'm gonna have to wait for a time when like Sophia and I are both free and we can I can just play it while she watches.
Yeah, please do. I promise I'm not being biased. I also might be lying. Crisis Core is the greatest Final Fantasy of all time.
Well,
Fight me.
I'm trying to think, Brendan, because you played the original Crisis Core, right?
Yes.
So, what exactly did they add in this new one? Like, besides just, like, updating the graphics and we have the new voice actors and stuff. Like, did they add anything else into this new Crisis Core?
Can I save that for when we cover it on SNG soon?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay. Because I actually am planning on covering this on SNG soon.
Okay.
Nice.
What do I think of Bubsy the cat over Smash? I'm indifferent. Like, I know he's generally only had bad games. Aside from I guess like the new like the very brand new one, which I think wasn't necessarily bad, but it mostly had like mixed reception.
Oh, someone in chat's asking what's SNG. Well then, let us tell you.
Yeah, that is our group. That is another channel that primarily the four of us do. It's called Spiffy Needle Geeks, and it's like we used to do Let's Plays on there. We've kind of migrated more towards streaming, streaming like different games. Every other Saturday, like me and a couple of other people, we do Dungeons and Dragons campaigns. Like right now, we're going back and forth between Curse of Strahd and then a homebrew that another one of our players is running. And we do that every other Saturday. Like actually, this Saturday is our next session, and that's the homebrew campaign taking place in Ravnica, which is a world from Magic the Gathering.
Y'all are nerds.
Yeah, I'm still in the middle of uploading my current Let's Play, but I definitely do want to get Crisis Core started like soon. And, sorry,
The Crisis Car.
Do you
sorry.
like my Crisis Car?
I can speak, I promise. But yeah, like I'm still uploading the episodes of Yoshi, and there's some other stuff that I'm looking to record real soon. Actually, something that me and Ryan are actually doing.
Oh my god. Yes! Oh man, I am so sorry. We really need to get back into doing that.
No, that's fine. I mean, I know the focus has been Pokemon Scarlet right now, and I'm like, that's perfectly fine.
Well,
Oh, but
yeah,
I know even before then, it's like, darn it. But yeah.
Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. No, I'm just saying, like, yeah. So kind of like what was brought up before. Like, I know my recent project when it comes to streaming on the channel was not just my first blind experience of Pokemon Scarlet, but also we're actually like nearly finished with Sonic Frontiers.
true.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, just like what Danny said, like, I know I did my fair share of uploading like playthroughs on the channel from Oddworld games to other Sonic games, Halo even, amongst many others. But yeah, because of how much like scheduling has changed, especially for me, like as years went on, I found myself feeling more comfortable with doing live streams than anything. So I'm pretty much like a variety streamer. I could just stream like whatever game I'm in the mood to jump into, especially more so when it comes to games for the first time. But I mean, yeah, no, that's pretty much the long and short of it.
You know what we need to there. You know what we need to do, Ryan? Because technically we did the Let's Play of the last time we were at MomoCon, you Let's Played the neutral route for Undertale Blind. We really need to get
for Pete's sake.
we need to get you on that pacifist route.
Oh, you're right. Oh, you're right. I don't know. I feel like I may or may not. I don't know. I don't know if I need to do another run, like I'm at least on my own time, like with a brand new run of the neutral route, so I can refresh my memory on some things. But oh, jeez, I don't know. But no, you're right. Like nearly 5 years later, I still haven't sunk my teeth into the pacifist and genocide routes.
It really has been that long since we've gotten together for a con, hasn't it? I hate it.
Curse you! Curse you, pandemic! Yeah, it really has. It really has.
Yeah, like I know like MomoCon's only a couple of months away. That is not enough time to like be like, okay, let's get tickets. Let's find a hotel. It's like you know, when
Next
you
year
go. Hopefully, it's like yeah, because I mean, you guys know, it's like yeah, if we're planning on meeting up together at a convention, we gotta plan this a long time, like way ahead of time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And generally, it's better to get our tickets like the year prior, so that we get like discounts and such. Because now they're gonna be expensive.
Right, and let alone hotel, because now that I'm back in Ohio, we don't have the luxury of we don't have to be in the hotel.
Yeah.
This time we kind of do now because I'm not living down there and I can't house you guys anymore.
Yeah, no, no more can we have like, we can hang out like in the apartment or whatever. We would have to stay at a hotel.
We've done the hotel route before though, so I mean, it's not like it's not. It's not like it's
we
impossible.
have.
I know, but it was just that the hotel, like. Especially when it comes to traveling for a convention, it's just there's a lot of expenses you have to pay attention to. Like first, there's traveling, like especially if you're flying, you have to worry about traveling expenses.
Yeah.
And again, because I'm not there to pick you up at the airport or anything, we gotta consider we gotta rent a car. That's a whole nother expense. Then there's the hotel, and that's before badge and spending money. So it's like, I think it's like in May or something. So I mean, it's like literally like 2 months is not enough time to plan to get together.
No.
It's not, unfortunately.
Let's plan for next year then. Shoot for 14 months.
Yep.
Oh, for MomoCon?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, potentially. At the same time, it's like, as much as I hate to say it or whatever, it's like, for the longest time, like, even then, I've really been trying to focus more on, like, saving money for myself so I know for sure I can survive out in the world. And it's like, it's gotten to a point where it's like, oh, shoot, like, I really hate to be spending that kind of money unless if I absolutely need to. Oh god, here I am saying this, and I'm like, oh yeah, by the by, I'm gonna be putting down like a certain amount of money for like a brand new PC setup because I want to improve as a content creator and potentially make that like a side gig for myself.
Well, I
like
mean,
a legitimate one.
considering all of that, that's kind of required. So I don't blame you for that at all.
Ugh, yeah, that's the sad part. Yeah, it really is. And yeah, even then it's really difficult considering, like, you know, when you're someone like me and you're living paycheck by paycheck, you know, yeah, a lot of stuff you want to do, it's easier said than done.
Oh, it'll be like that.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody wants to know, BJ, who is your favorite video game villain?
I mean, I'm a sucker for Bowser. Everyone loves Bowser. I love Bowser. You love Bowser. If you don't love Bowser, you're banned. All hail Bowser.
No! No!
Like, all hail Bowser!
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Take your time.
Probably a cop-out answer, but I do like. I know he probably doesn't actually count. But I do like. I know he probably doesn't actually count as a villain, but I do like DDD.
Yeah, DDD is a fun character.
Yeah. Like, antagonist, yeah, but just because you're an antagonist, that doesn't automatically mean, oh, you're a villain.
Yeah.
Opinions on Danganronpa?
I really enjoyed them back when I did play them, because the first time I ever played them was when I made that moveset for Monokuma. And despite the actual despair they put me through, I mean, they were still fun times. Like, I really enjoyed them. I still really want to try out that new game, Raincode, made by the same people. That looks interesting. I want to try that out.
Yeah, no, I can't say I can put my 2 cents in for Danganronpa because, unfortunately, unlike BJ, I have not tried any of the games. I've heard bits and pieces about them, never really seen them in action.
Yeah, I'm the exact same way.
They are
What?
incredibly just like it's so hard to describe Danganronpa just because they're designed to literally just make you feel bad. They want you.
Yeah, that's what I've been told.
Did I mess this up somewhere? I think I did. Hold on.
Okay. Let me see. Gregory wants to know, for each moveset video, do you play each game and come up with the moves on your own, or do you get inspiration from others to help you with it?
It's pretty much all on my own. I do not look at anybody else's like fan-made movesets. It's literally done all on my own. The most amount of outside help that I get are from these guys here in the call, as well as some others that are in this chat. Like, I'll go to these guys if I need like criticism or to like bounce ideas off of. But these are pretty much all fully my ideas.
Somebody wants to know what's your favorite cereal.
I mean, can't go wrong with Frosted Flakes.
Oh no,
Frosted Flakes is pretty good.
they're great after all.
Honey Nut Cheerios is pretty top tier.
They really are. They actually really are. That, if you want to go for something a little bit above that, you can't really say no to Reese's Puffs.
Reese's Puffs. Reese's Puffs. Eat 'em up. Eat 'em up. Eat 'em up. Eat 'em up.
I am in misery.
I think
I
my
know, it's like, I have no idea where that meme came from, but I don't care. I will always love it.
I think my favorite one of that one that I've watched way too many times was the one that Pringus McDingus made.
Oh, yep. Uh-huh. Yes, that's another good one. Yeah, so, no. It's like, I think someone, they made the initial mashup with, like, Maroon 5's, Misery, and then the song CPR. But then this random dude out of the freaking nowhere, he's like, you know what? I'm gonna add to it, and I'm gonna add in the Reese's Puffs rap to it. and it's like, oh my god, it turned out to be the better mashup out of the bunch. It is such a banger.
What was the most perfect idea that a friend gave you for a moveset?
The one that always immediately jumps to mind was Devin's idea for Freddy's up special. The camera screen teleport. Like, because my buddy Devin gave that idea to me, and like that was just, it was too perfect for me not to use.
And then next you know, he would do the exact same thing for like Sly's down tilt.
Yeah, because because Devin actually, Devin also gave us that idea as well.
Yeah, which again also worked perfectly, I must say.
There we go. That looks a lot better. I don't know why it was so jank before, but there we go.
Perspective. Considering your video on Banjo and Kazooie, what are your thoughts on the moves that were chosen for them for Smash?
I still really like them, because, and this applies to Steve and Sora as well, the actual move sets themselves, or the moves themselves, may not match up one for one. But I never really expected that to happen to begin with, because that's just unrealistic. That's just unrealistic expectations. But they were still themed the way that I wanted them to be themed, and that I'm still happy about. Like Banjo still plays, in conjunction with Kazooie, the two of them working off each other, having very comedic attacks. That's what I wanted to see. Steve was built with the idea of the crafting in mind, like the crafting above anything else. And Sora was made as this combo heavy aerial character. Like they were made how I envisioned them. Like obviously, again, the moves weren't the same, so it wasn't one for one. But they were still they still ended up how I wanted them to be, and that made me really happy. Like, I do know there were a couple of characters in the DLC that I wish were done a little bit differently. I know I understand why they were done the way they were done, but I still kind of wish that they were handled a little bit differently. One that always pops immediately to me is Pyra and Mythra. I get why they chose to make it where it's the two of them that switch between each other and not Rex. I can guess a few reasons why they went that direction. But it always did bother me a little bit because that's not really the gameplay of Xenoblade 2. You don't play as the Blades. You play as the drivers, and the Blades bounce off their abilities. I always wondered why couldn't they have made it where you play as Rex? They could have done the exact same moveset with the exact same gimmick, but made it Rex, and then you switch between Pyra and Mythra, who were in the background supporting him by giving him energy, and then his attributes change depending on the blade in the background. Like I was always curious why they didn't take that direction.
Yeah.
But one immediate reason why I can think of why they didn't is because, let's be real here, people love Pyra and Mythra way more than Rex. Like, there were already some people that were upset about the idea of Pyra and Mythra getting in, because, like, oh, more anime sword fighters. That hatred and that wrath would have been amplified quadruple if it was Rex and not these anime hotties. Like,
you're not wrong.
It's like again, people, you don't understand. They're not sword fighters. You're actually fighting as swords. There's a difference.
for the Nitpick series, what are you going to do for characters you've already made movesets for?
I'll think about it. We shall see.
What is your favorite Mario meme? Do the Mario.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on the whole hatred towards anime sword fighters in Smash?
It's so stupid.
It's-
It's stupid.
It's
like
ridiculous.
it's one thing if
yeah.
you just don't like it, it's fine. But the amount of rat that people bring towards it is just ridiculous. Like, come on, it's a video game, guys. Chill out.
Yeah, people have brought up this like time and time again on how ridiculous it is. So it's like, yeah. Oh snap! Sorry, I need to plug in my laptop.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. Oh, hey BJ, who's your favorite video game sidekick?
Sidekick?
Yeah,
Well, I don't know.
Luigi?
Tails is always a safe pick.
Yeah.
True.
I was like,
That is
that's our-
true.
Yeah, Tails is a good go-to.
Yes.
I've seen people complaining there are too many fighting game characters in Smash when Kazuya was revealed. Wait,
Huh?
too many fighting game characters in a fighting game?
The reality of it is, like, they're not mad about the fact that there's too many of one specific genre. They're mad that their character didn't get in. That's usually what it is.
Right.
Yeah, more than likely. I mean, listen, in the context of like arcade style fighting games or whatever, there's really not that many. You have Street Fighter, you have Tekken, and you have Fatal Fury. That's it. If that's too much for some people, then it's like, okay, well, this correlates to how ridiculous it is for people to have so much hatred for so many anime sword
Yeah,
fighters or
because
whatever.
here's a fun little trick you can do. Whenever somebody complains about there being too many of one thing in a game, ask them who would you want instead. They will give you a list of characters that have like they will just give you a list of characters that they want. That's always the number one motive behind them saying that. They don't actually care that those characters got in. It's just an excuse for them to complain about their characters not getting in. That's always what it is.
I'm still thinking about it now. I'm still laughing at the fact, like, going back to like when Kazuya was revealed. I'm still laughing on how it's like it was one of those many instances where it's like once Kazuya was revealed, like so many people, they were like, okay, what is up with these schmucks adding this character? Nobody wanted this character in Smash. And then the next thing you know, like there's like an 1+ hour long reaction video, like of like a huge compilation of all these reactions of Kazuya's reveal and how they were just hyped for it.
Yeah.
Us included, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, because that's the thing. It's like I'm not surprised in the slightest that Tekken made it in some capacity. I guess I was just more so thrown off guard that they didn't go with Heihachi because he's the face of Tekken, and no, they didn't go with him. So I was like, color me surprised.
Yeah, I guess it's like, well, if the Mii costume had anything to say about it, like during the days of the Wii U, I think that pretty much said it all right there. That and Heihachi already had like his inclusion in PlayStation All-Stars. So I mean, I don't know, maybe at some point it may have been a little bit finicky for them to add a character like Heihachi in there.
Not
But
necessarily.
But with all things considered, it did make a lot of sense for them to add Kazuya in there because, well, I mean, yeah, Heihachi is a really popular pick, but Kazuya, he's also been there like from the very beginning.
the Mii fighter thing or Mii costume thing or whatever really isn't like an argument, if only because we've had plenty of characters that wear Mii costumes that became fighters. Chrom, Isabelle, all that such.
Right.
But like, Sakurai actually explained why he chose Kazuya over Heihachi. Reason number one, again, because technically Kazuya was the original face. Reason number two, Kazuya had devil form, and that made it easier for a platform fighter compared to Heihachi.
That's right. He did say that. Yeah, Heihachi with moves, like, they were a bit more limited. There wasn't, like, too much to work off of, I guess. But yeah, with Kazuya's double form, it's like, oh yeah, that definitely made up for it. I mean, they could have also gone with Jin too. Nah, because much like what we just said before, Kazuya was more or less like the main face of Tekken. Jin didn't come around until a couple games later, until we eventually got to Tekken 3.
Yes, that's like I don't know Tekken at all. Like, I know of some characters from Tekken, but if you were to ask me, like, hey, Danny, what's the story of Tekken? I don't know.
Don't even ask.
All I know is that Heihachi threw his kid off a cliff, and that did not make the kid happy.
You know what? Good enough. Listen, don't get me wrong. I'm sure the lore behind Tekken, it's pretty freaking good, but there's a lot to take in.
Yeah,
There's
like,
a lot to take in.
yeah, but that's literally the extent of my Tekken knowledge. It's like Heihachi threw his kid off the cliff. The kid ain't happy. Kid threw him off the cliff. Heihachi ain't happy. That's it. That's all I know about Tekken. They're just taking turns throwing themselves off of cliffs.
First, Kazuya threw Heihachi into a volcano. Then Heihachi came back and threw Kazuya into the volcano, and then Kazuya threw Heihachi back into the volcano again.
There are no heroes in Tekken. Everyone's a villain in that story.
Okay, no, that is not true. How dare you say that when there is King? Do you know what King does? King not only wrestles, but
I'm sure he can name every single charity that he's donated to out of the goodness of his heart.
thank you. Okay, so you
just
do
like
get it.
every
Okay.
other celebrity,
He's a real hero here. Come on.
just like every other celebrity that chooses to donate to charity.
But excuse me. Okay, all right, hold up. First of all, now that I think about it, it's not so much charities. He puts his money down to orphanages.
Wait, does he really?
Yeah.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, because get this. Like, the lore behind King, he grew up in an orphanage. And then he eventually learned how to fight, like, in the ways of wrestling. And then it was like, okay, it was his goal to be like, all right, every tournament that I win, all my winnings and proceeds will go to all the orphanages.
Okay, well,
I'm
I'm standing by what I said. There are no heroes in Tekken. However, Saints are a different story.
Saints are... Okay, you know what? That's a good compromise. Good compromise. Listen, you think there's a hero in there, but next you know, they too become the villain. Looking at you, Kazuya.
Thank you, Maniac, for the 279. The volcano is the hero of Tekken. Not even the volcano can do his job right. Who has the volcano actually killed?
Volcano for Smash.
Apparently, after so freaking long, spoiler alert. So apparently, it as far as we know, it legitimately killed Heihachi.
As far as you know.
Oh yeah, I mean See, that's why I use the term supposedly, because I don't know.
Yeah, they're not
could
getting rid of
bring back
Heihachi that
for
easily.
Tekken 8.
They're not getting
and
rid of
you're like,
Heihachi.
"Ah, surprise!
They,
I lived."
they will Batman Arkham Knight like Joker that guy if they need to.
Oh no! Oh man!
He will come back as a scarecrow hallucination, and that's what they'll do to make him. And that's what they'll do to make him a playable character still.
Oh man! It's like, oh man, next thing you know, they get into like some Mortal Kombat territory, and it's like, oh no, you can play as Heihachi or whatever, but it's like an angry, evil spirit with chains like on his hands and freaking legs, like Liu Kang. Oh god.
Oh, Felicia fan. Hey, how you been doing, man?
Yeah, Felicia. Yeah, that's my initial impression. Is like, yeah. No. Based on what has happened in Tekken 7, it's like, yeah, no. It's safe to say, Heihachi, yeah, after 7 games, yeah, the whole conflict between Kazuya and Heihachi, it's done. And now it's like, okay, now it's something between Jin and Kazuya.
It's not done. It's not actually done. I promise you, it's not done.
As far as you know.
As far as you know.
As far as you know.
But how do you know?
Well, that's just it. I don't know, and neither do you.
But you
We
don't.
won't know until we're in the long and thick of it.
But you
With
don't
Tekken
know.
8,
But
Tekken
you,
9 even.
but you don't know.
Neither do you.
Yeah, but you don't either.
And neither do you. Okay, we're just gonna be going back and forth with this.
It's like, just volleyball off the cliff already.
Yeah. Okay. Here's what we'll do, Ryan. We'll both jump off the cliff into the volcano, and the first one that lives loses.
Okay, all right. On 3. All right. 1, 2, 3. You're still
Neither of
on
us
there.
jump. Like, try hoping the other one does.
It's like, you sly dog. Okay, all right, for real this time. Okay, 1, 2, 3. We're gonna be at this for a while, aren't we? Wanna go get a Coke? let's go for beer. Get this. It's getting too hot in here.
Anyway, alright, thank you, Patrick, for the $5 donation. And he says, Akuma from Street Fighter is canon to Tekken. He's basically a hitman for Kazuya's mom after her death.
Yeah, I remember that. That was in.
Oh yeah, I remember that too. Yeah, doing completely off guard that Akuma is canon to Tekken of all games in the world. Meanwhile, it's like, oh yeah, it's like if you played Ashura's Wrath, it's like, oh yeah, no, there was a lost episode, but it's like, no, that's not canon.
Alright, Dylan wants to know, least favorite Sonic character.
Charmy. If only because Charmy just contributes the least. Like, out of any character.
What were those 2 characters in Knuckles Chaotix? Like the Bomb
Heavy and Bomb?
and Heavy and Bomb. Yeah, never grew too fond of those 2 because they're like the least memorable characters I could think of. Also, they are quite literally a nuisance if you were to play them in the game. They literally weigh you down.
Yeah, oh god, that's like... You see, that's like my least favorite characters aren't even like protagonist characters. They actually end up being like, they're either like, you know, side characters or villain, or some of the villains. You know, that's where it's like, yeah, like Black Doom. I know we love what they did with the redub, but that doesn't count.
Oh yeah, no, you know what, Shadow? No, that's a good Shadow Spawn. No, that's a good point. Yeah, Hail.
so-
I would say Infinite would be another contender.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
Infinite-
actually,
Infinite-
I'm
Infinite's
changing my
another
answer
one.
to Infinite. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, Infinite was pretty cringe.
Yeah.
I didn't care for. I didn't care for any of the villains in Lost World. Like
Oh, the
whatever
Deadly
they.
Six.
Yeah, didn't care for any of them.
They at least had funny moments. Like I remember there were a few times during watching the cutscenes of that game where I at least got like a chuckle sometimes here and there. Albeit that was mostly just from them working off of Eggman more than anything else, because Eggman's an amazing villain. But Infinite specifically, no, that guy was trash. like
Yeah, so
Infinite
that's
was
where-
actually just heart garbage.
Oh, welcome back, Brandon.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, and then I'm trying to think. And then there's Princess Elise.
I don't count that
Yeah.
one. That's
Yeah.
that's too easy an answer.
Yeah.
Like that's
Too
like that
easy
was
of an
just
answer.
a poorly written, poorly handled character.
Everything in that game was poorly handled. What are you talking about?
So that's where it's like again, like yeah. So like when you ask me, oh, who's your least favorite Sonic characters? That's where I tend to go. I'm either looking more like the villains, or it's like Elise. They're more like I hesitate to call side character because she kind of was important to the story, but at the same time, like I said, was just not handled well at all.
They literally retconned her out of her own game.
Yeah, so it's like
They really did. Oh man.
My music stop again. Gosh, stop that YouTube.
Did it?
It did, yeah. I got it.
Dynamic.
Oh, fun fact. Did you know Negan from The Walking Dead was a playable character in Tekken 7, as
Yep.
well as Noctis from Final Fantasy 15 and Geese Howard from Fatal Fury?
Yep.
I did. I am aware of that, actually.
As did I.
And it's like honestly, like considering, like, as far as I'm aware, I do not recall Fatal Fury making any kind of like appearance in Tekken. The fact like Geese Howard got in there as DLC is like, that was pretty sick.
Geese is a pretty sick villain, though, so, like...
He is. And it's like, oh man, like now you two can pretty much like reenact like a battle between Geese Howard and Heihachi. I will stain my hands with your blood, old man.
Somebody wants to know favorite meme.
Meme?
Steamed hams is a classic.
What would you say?
Steamed hams.
Oh.
My favorite meme I can't say on stream.
Oh.
But it involves a Sea King.
Ah,
Okay.
that's another. That's
Because that one just
more
makes me laugh.
classic.
That one just makes me laugh whenever I say it. Like, it's just funny.
It is. Vespinsa Blair. That's another good one. That is another really good one. Ah, I see. A person of culture. Very good. Very good.
Oh, that's bad.
What?
Sorry, I'm dying.
Well, go to a hospital then.
That's not what I meant. you know that's not what I meant, you heathen.
He said that so casually. It's like, well, go to a hospital. What do you expect me to do about
I mean,
it?
that's usually what the first thing people should do when they think they're dying. So I mean,
That's
yeah.
That's not what I meant. You help!
Yeah, it's like I think I'm dying. Stop.
yes.
It's like,
Okay, Mr. Maniac wants to know favorite Lythero joke, meme, or quote?
Oh God.
Oh God, there's.
I don't think we
there's
should
so
even
many
talk
to
about.
choose from.
I don't think we should even talk about this on stream. Like, not on my streams anyway, just because
Yeah.
he has so many just vulgar ones.
Yeah.
He's a really fun creator to watch, but like, yeah,
Yeah,
not,
like,
his stuff really
Lethero's
isn't
great.
appropriate to talk about on this stream anyway.
Oh jeez.
Like Lethero is legit great. Like same with Zyzix underscore, Bluto, Lucy,
Wait.
Javi.
I Heart Justice, yeah.
Yeah. I was trying to remember the username, but yeah, I Heart Justice.
Okay, BJ, is there any character from a video game you would never want to be in Smash?
Greedent.
Oh. I thought you were gonna say Waluigi.
I mean, I
Yeah,
made a
just
whole
what?
I made a whole moveset on Waluigi. I don't think I'd be that incontent of him not getting in.
Yeah, just
Oh.
watch
Oh,
watch
okay.
now. It's like, that's like the next console after the Switch comes out inevitably brings the next version of Smash and the next Pokemon character, Greedent.
Oh God.
Assuming we don't have a Gen 10 by then, I can already think of a few Gen 9 Pokemon that I think would probably make for good contenders. And starters, obviously, probably either Meowscarada or Quaquaval.
Oh yeah.
Non-starters, Tinkaton's a pretty good contender.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll agree to that.
There's another one I can think of, but it's spoilers for Ryan, so I'm not gonna say it.
What about the, what is it, like, I forgot what it's called. The Mega Man that Ryan has.
Oh, yeah,
Armarouge.
either Armarouge or Ceruledge. Either one would be great Smash contenders, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Ooh,
you're right.
yeah.
I'll attest to that too.
Still need that armor for Sarah Lynch.
And I guess just to say this without spoiling it for Danny, for Ryan, but Danny and Brandon probably should know who I'm talking about. Fairy fighting.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
yep.
God. Oh
Yep.
God.
Yep.
Like, that Pokemon I think would be an excellent contender as like a Smash move for Smash.
Yep. What about Sceptile or Chandelure in Smash? But we have them in Pokken.
It's like, oh, but it's not Smash though. It's not the same.
BJ, do you watch regular show?
No, I don't. I tried. I just couldn't get into that one. Cause like that was like a list of shows that like my ex-girlfriend. Cause there were a bunch of shows on Cartoon Network that like I just did not care for. Like Adventure Time was one of them. That and actually Steven Universe was one of them too. Actually, that my ex-girlfriend was able to get me into because they showed me like really watch them. Just keep watching them for a bit. They're really good. Regular show was the one where it was like no matter how far in I got, I was like no, like I can't get into this one. Like it just it just didn't jive with me that well. But like Adventure Time, obviously Steven Universe, since we just talked about that earlier, like yeah, those shows I was able to get into thanks to that, thanks to my ex. But like, nah, regular show was kind of where I drew the line there.
Oh my God, I got dropped!
Well, I
Christ!
I was about to make a really mean joke there. I'm gonna stop.
Good save. Good save.
I'm gonna show a little bit of
Good
restraint on that one.
Oh man.
Again? Sorry.
That was like exactly what's going on with you.
I wish I could show you, but I don't know if I should do it while BJ's streaming.
Well, you don't have to show me or anything. Just try to explain it. Just try to explain it.
Just stuff happening in game.
In what game?
I'm practicing Crisis Core.
Ah, okay, gotcha. All right.
All right, I got this.
BJ, what FNAF animatronic would you consider the scariest?
I mean, really, by looks alone, none of them were that scary. They're only the only scare factor they have is the jump scare factor, and that's usually just cheap scares.
I don't know. The hallucinations from 3 are unsettling.
I'm pretty desensitized to most like horror monsters or whatever. Like they don't really bother me as much as they used to when I was a kid.
So zombies don't bother you as much as they used to?
Well, yes, actually, like that's technically true. I'm not scared of zombies so much as I am like freaked out by the concept of zombies.
Yeah, because I know how much you just did not do. I remember you telling us how much you just did not like zombies.
Yeah,
It was one of the biggest reasons why you...
Yeah.
It was one of the biggest
the
reasons you
concept
didn't
of just
play
like
Left 4 Dead.
your rotting flesh or like your limbs falling off. It's like I don't like that. And it's not even just like a zombie thing. Like if there's any imagery that shows like your skin or muscles or whatever like being like eaten alive, like or decaying like rapidly to see where you see the bone underneath, that freaks me out. It doesn't scare me, but it makes me sick. Like I don't like that imagery at all. Like
Fair enough.
Oh.
It's less more of a kind of feel. if that makes any sense.
It's a type
Yeah.
of fear. It's a type of unsettlement.
I guess you can call it a type of fear, sure, but like it's just something I don't really like looking at.
So yeah, so essentially it's pretty much like you're just not a fan of like just gore, I guess. In a matter of speaking.
Gore specifically actually doesn't bother me as much because it's normally covered up by the blood. But like,
Okay.
I'm trying to think of like a tamer example that like isn't really that bad,
no.
but still kind of counts. I remember in the second Dragon's Quest game, there's one of the death scenes that Dirk the Daring can go through where these bugs like eat the skin off his arm a lot, like right in front of him, and he just watches as his bone slowly becomes emerged. That's freaky, like, and that's tame compared to most things, I would say.
Death?
So like going back to Five Nights at Freddy's, would you say what you call it, a Springtrap is kind of pushing that line because that is an animatronic with like an exposed corpse that you can visibly see?
I think I'm less bothered by Springtrap because it is covered by the suit. Because I'm sure the stuff that I described is happening underneath the suit, but you really don't see it. At least not that easily.
Yeah, until like it's like he just opens like the head portion, like he opens his mouth or whatever, and you see like that gross decaying dead corpse face in there.
I think it's also the fact that technically
that's a random chance of actually getting that.
I think it's also the fact that technically Springtrap's already decayed. Like, it's already happened. Like,
Yeah.
I can look at a body... I can look at decaying bodies, but the idea of them moving, or... Well, I guess Springtrap does move. Like, let me reword this. With Springtrap's case, it's pretty much already happened. But if I was to watch it, like, happen more rapidly, like, then it'd kind of be a different story, I think. Thank you so
Thank
much, Eric
just like
Vale.
what you were saying before with the zombie.
Yeah, thank you so much, Eric Vale. What's a game you couldn't wait to play but ended up being disappointed in a waste of money? Forces. I'd say Forces. Forces is like the first example, the most immediate example I can think of.
I can name one game. I wouldn't necessarily call it a waste of money, but I was disappointed at how it ended up being. Xenoblade X.
Yeah,
I mean,
that is another one actually, because that game, I ended up just putting that game down and never picking it back up.
Yeah, it's like I didn't consider it a waste of money, but they were advertising so many things about Xenoblade X before launch that I was really excited about, and then when I actually got into it, just turned out to not be what it was meant to be, what they advertised it as.
Yeah.
So suffice it to say, I was pretty disappointed on that front. I didn't think the game was bad, but again, the stuff that I was really excited to try just did not end up being what they said it was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's very similar to how I felt when I tried Sonic 06 for the first time all those years ago. Like, they were really hyping up the game, you know, with, like, the Square Enix looking like cinematics or whatever, the top-notch gameplay they showed off in the trailers. You actually play it, and it's like, okay, well, first and foremost, did not expect for it to take, like, a Grand Theft Auto 5 aesthetic, and it's like, okay, no, you have to explore around the map to do missions and stuff. And it's like, the rest is pretty much history with how the game is so played.
I wouldn't even,
mean,
I wouldn't
wait.
even minded
I
the
don't think
overworld of
it's-
Soliana if there was just more stuff to do.
Displeased with Nintendo Switch Sports. I love Nintendo Switch Sports. That's what that's one of my favorite games on Switch right now.
Okay. I guess to answer Eric's question, like a game that I couldn't wait to play but ended up being disappointed. Well, I can't say waste of money because I never bought it, but I played the demo of Balan Wonderworld.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh god, because like yeah, like I was really looking forward to that one because it was like, okay, yeah, it's not another Knights game, which is what I would really want, but I've kind of resigned to the fact that we're never gonna get another Knights game.
Well,
but,
hold on.
but it's like, you know, oh, this Balan Wonderworld, it looks like it could possibly maybe be like a spiritual successor or something. So it's like, you know what? That's fine. I can live with that. I love the character design of Balan. He's a great designed character. And then I got my hands on that demo, and oh my god, I was so let down.
Well, hold on. I wouldn't say a Knights. I wouldn't say a Knights revival is out of the realm of possibility, especially since they just revived Samba de Amigo.
Yeah, no, I'm not betting on it.
Just Brandon, just let her, quietly just be sad, and then if it does happen, she can be all excited. Better than being
Right.
better being excited for something that's never going to happen, and then never getting it, and then ultimately wanting to die afterward.
Hey! In my defense, I was so sure that possibility of Mega Man Battle Network coming back to the masses was gonna be an impossibility. Boy, was I wrong! I'm just saying.
I'm also just saying more people play Mega Man than they did Knights.
Yeah, but not a lot of people know what the Battle Network games specifically are.
Compared to the Knights games,
Yeah!
I'm fairly certain more people know what Battle Network is above Knights.
Yeah,
True.
I'm willing
True.
to. I just because I remembered when we released the Knights moveset. Like, I think maybe there was only like a tiny handful of people who even knew about the character. Everybody else had no idea about what Knights was.
I mean, I also had a fair amount of people that didn't know who Quote from Cave Story was. That took me by surprise. It's like, are you guys kidding me?
Yeah, Cave Story was really big.
Mm-hmm.
Even people not knowing who Lloyd Irving was took me by surprise. Just like, guys, culture yourselves.
Yeah, I know. That's like I can totally forgive not knowing every Tales of character because it's like Final Fantasy. It's another really big RPG series, so I can forgive not knowing like a specific one. But it's like at the same time, I'm just like, of all of them, you had to have seen Tales of Symphonia. That's like the Final Fantasy VII of the Tales series is Symphonia. Like, even if you've never played it, chances are you've at least seen these characters at some point.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, it just makes me think, like, I'm curious. Then again, no, I'm not even, it's not even a curious thing. I know for a fact, I've seen it. There are plenty of people who've seen, like, the new DLC characters that got into Smash Ultimate and still didn't know who they are. Terry is the biggest example, but that one's a little more forgiving just because, for the most part, King of Fighters is definitely a lot more niche over here compared to over there. And Sakurai even admitted himself, yeah, not a lot of people are gonna know who this is. That's why I'm making this whole presentation so I can explain it to you. Like,
So I can culture you swines.
the Sephiroth one, though, that took me by surprise. I was shocked to see people not know who Sephiroth is. You people need to get out from under your rocks.
Wait, are you kidding me?
I wish I was. You people need to get out from under your rocks if you didn't know who Sephiroth was.
Like, it's like again, I can understand people not played Final Fantasy VII. Because, again, not everybody is an RPG fan. They're not going to give it the time of day. But you cannot tell me you have never seen Sephiroth at some point in your life. It's like that's like so hard to believe.
I think it was the fact that that I saw in that chat during that reveal, people being like, "Who?" I was like, "Okay." I suddenly feel a whole lot better about people not knowing some of the characters that I made movesets on now. Like, there were just some uncultured people in this world.
This is unfortunately true. I'm waiting for people to tell me they don't know who Zack Fair is so I can actually cry.
If I could play devil's advocate here on this one, a lot of people didn't know who Zack was until Crisis Core. And
I know.
Because and the sad thing is because Zack is in Final Fantasy VII.
He is.
But Crisis Core, when Crisis Core came out, a lot of people, that was the game that introduced him to a lot of people, and that's where it's like, it always made me laugh when that game came out, and you had all these people that's like, that they were so sad with how the game ended, and they're like, no, why did we have to have Cloud for a main character? And I'm like, you guys didn't play Final Fantasy VII, did you? Because if you did, you would have known what was going to happen at the end. I mean, even when I Let's Played it on Spiffy Needle Geeks, I deliberately went out of my way and showed the cutscenes like that are in Final Fantasy VII. That's like, yeah, that's literally all they had to work with, and they had to build a game around it, and they did a really good job. But it's like, yeah, like. So like, to me, it was no surprise, because like, I've played the game, I already knew what was going to happen.
And is by far, like, Crisis Core, by far, the greatest RPG to ever grace mankind. I will fight anyone who tells me otherwise. Zack Fair, the greatest character to ever exist. I will fight anyone who tells me otherwise. Yes, I'm being biased. I am in love with this man.
So you know what? You know what? You're gonna have to fight my ex for him, Brandon.
Oh snap!
I remember I would make like Zack is Jed jokes around my ex, and they would get physically mad at me about it. Like,
oh god! It's kind of messed up, dude. Kind of messed up.
That said, now I'm curious, because I'm trying to think back to like to some of the more recent Smash characters. I'm curious on which ones people wouldn't know about compared to others. Because I'm thinking like Joker. I feel like it's fair if there's a certain amount of people that don't know who Joker is, especially since before we got into Smash, like Persona 5 was only for PlayStation. So if you didn't own a PlayStation, you weren't gonna know who he was.
Right. And it was still pretty new at the time.
Hero is a pretty easy one. I feel like there's a lot of people that still didn't play Dragon Quest, so that's fair if you didn't know who the heroes were. Banjo, older character, sure. I'm still a little shocked, but okay. We haven't seen him since 64. Don't count nuts and bolts, but okay. Yeah. Terry, we talked about that. Byleth, much more recent. So like, I can get if there are some people who don't know who they are, but I know people figured them out pretty quickly as soon as they found out they were Fire Emblem, so there you go. ARMS, I guess it's still a little bit niche. so I can get if people didn't know who Min Min was. If you don't know who Steve is, get out from under your block. Like,
Yeah.
even if you didn't know the character's name, you have to know what Minecraft is. Like, there is no excuse for you not to know who Steve is, like, at all.
Yeah, the best-selling video game of all time. How could anyone not know?
I thought that was Wii Sports.
Banjo had some GBA games since 64. Okay, but much to my point, who actually knows about those games? Yeah, Sephiroth, I talked about how that Sephiroth is one that I'm actually shocked about people not knowing as much, because they can't even use the excuse of like, oh, he's an older character, so we haven't seen him since then. He's been in tons of Final Fantasy spin-off games, Dissidia and all that such. Plus, the remake was out by the time Sephiroth came to Smash, right?
Yeah.
So there was literally there's no excuse not to know who Sephiroth is. None.
Absolutely none.
Just gonna go off on people who don't know who Sephiroth is. It's like, my people, culture yourselves. You're scaring me. Do I bother?
Thoughts on Pepsi Man making it into Smash.
Best product placement of all time.
I mean, I wouldn't care one way or the other.
Like,
Like,
how come
I
Eric-
very much
like-
have a mindset where it's like, I don't think I could ever get mad about a character's inclusion in Smash, because the way I see it, this is how I look at it. Every character that exists is someone's favorite character. It's going to make someone happy. And that's, I think, is the most important thing to think about, that a lot of people just kind of choose to disregard.
Yeah. It's like Smash Bros is not a game made specifically for just you.
Like, it's it's very much like, I mean, that's kind of just the gist of it. Like, that's just how I look at it. Like, even if I don't know the character, or even if I'm not attached to the character, there's no reason to get mad. Like, there's just none at all.
There's never been a reason to get mad.
Like, there's no such thing as a wasted slot. They're just, people who use that term are really are honestly kind of just like, I don't know a word to use for that, but I'm sure there's one out there.
Entitled?
I think entitled is actually a pretty good word to use, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, hey, how come Aerith didn't die in the remake? We didn't get to that part of the game yet.
We're not that part of the game.
No.
It's like, yeah.
Wait,
but-
Aerith
but-
dies? Spoilers!
It's like, yeah. It's like
We don't
the
even know if that's gonna happen in the
Oh,
remake.
come on.
It's like the Final Fantasy remake was literally, let's make an entire game out of the first 5 hours of the original game.
Yeah,
There's still an entire disc to go through before Aerith kicked the bucket. So
Yeah,
it's like, we are nowhere near that point yet.
Yeah, we don't even know that's gonna happen in the remake, to be fair.
I agree, getting angry at a character getting into Smash is pointless. Now, how the character plays, on the other hand, that I feel is genuinely understandable. Yes, that I agree with. Like, you're allowed to criticize the actual gameplay of the game. That's a different story. But, yeah, getting mad at the actual decisions of putting certain characters in, no, that I feel is not justified.
Yeah, that's just entitlement at that point.
Yeah. Like, it's one thing to criticize the gameplay of the game. It's another thing to, yeah, to be mad about the game not being a specific way that you wanted it. That maybe other people would want it as.
BJ, have you played Epic Battle Fantasy? It's an old turn-based Flash game that had as
No.
much references as Henry Stickmin.
Nope, I have not.
Yeah, so, BJ, so you mean you won't be mad if Greedent got in? That's not a wasted slot?
Okay, Greedent's not a character. Greedent's an abomination, so there's a difference.
Have you played Pizza Tower?
I have not.
Have you watched any of the Kung Fu Panda movies?
I have. I've seen all three of them. And I heard that apparently they are making a fourth. Which I don't mind, honestly.
Really?
Because all three of the Kung Fu Panda movies I think are really good.
They really are.
I
agree.
think the second one is my favorite mainly because of the villain. Like the Peacock villain from the second movie is such a great villain.
Oh my god.
He was great.
Yeah, so good.
Okay, which Kirby boss is your favorite?
Kirby boss? Like, it's kind of such a broad statement. Like, are you talking like overall bosses, or like mini bosses? Like, what are you talking about here?
I don't know,
I
it
feel-
just,
I-
it
I-
just,
I
it
feel
just
like it's
says which
probably
Kirby
maybe-
boss.
Yeah, I think he's referring to like in general.
I don't know.
What Pokemon would you have as a pet?
Vulpix or Chatot for me personally.
I want to say Flygon off of bias, but I feel like, you know what? It's funny. I actually had the same conversation with my sister like I think like a couple weeks back, and we got into the idea of like what would be the most like the least maintenance Pokemon, but also the one that can be like the most helpful like around the house. I think the most obvious, I think like the best choice if you're thinking about it like that, Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur I think would be an amazing like pet. Just for like all the utility it has. Like have insomnia, sleep powder. Need to get something off the top shelf, Vine Whip.
Bulbasaur, cereal.
Yeah, want someone to pour your cereal. Bulbasaur, you're right.
Need to kill your enemies, poison powder.
Oh my god. Do you find yourself having a Rattata infestation? Well, use poison powder.
Because Bulbasaur was, I think Bulbasaur is described as like a naturally like a naturally tamed and docile Pokemon. So it's already kind of made to be like very just helpful.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Yeah, like I know, like for me, like yeah, like if I, you know, quite obvious answer, but it's like oh, Pokemon, I'll help you with work, alchemy.
Yeah.
Yeah, obvious. Although Fido would be a good contender too. Just have a little dog made of dough.
Oh man, hold on, I'm trying to remember. What was the name of that one electric corgi Pokemon from Generation 8?
Yamper.
Yamper?
Yamper. I don't know. I feel like Yamper would be a really good contender, to be honest.
Right? It's like it's like I would also honestly, I would probably also really like Lilligant.
Yeah.
Yeah, have
Thank,
like a
thank you
little,
so,
a little walking flower.
thank you so much, Isaac Smith. Favorite Cartoon Network show? Probably Steven Universe.
Looney Tunes.
Oh.
Like, if we're talking about shows that used to be on Cartoon Network as well.
I'm trying to think of which show I watched the most.
Yeah, I'm not.
Well,
I'm not talking the Looney Tunes show. I'm talking OG classic Looney Tunes.
There was also Courage. Courage was an amazing show.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one. Oh man.
Yes, I missed out on Courage, unfortunately.
Courage was a great show. Like,
Yeah,
like,
it's like-
Really
like
is.
I was I was like legitimately like a coward when I was a kid. Like I couldn't even watch shows that like were not scary in the slightest, but they had like scary themes. Like that movie Scary Godmother. When I was a kid, I couldn't even watch that because it had the word scary in the title. I was that much of a wimp when I was a kid. But Courage, for some reason, was the only show with scary elements that I could still sit through. And to this day, I don't even know why.
Okay. Yeah, it's like I know, like growing up, Powerpuff Girls, like the original
Yeah.
classic OG Powerpuff Girls.
That was a good
Yeah,
show.
yeah. It's oh man, it's crazy. It's like freaking. Honestly, strangely enough, if it wasn't for the OG Powerpuff Girls show, I never would have actually been. Listen, as a kid, I was like incredibly picky on what I wanted to eat or whatever. And I was like, no, I am not having broccoli. Absolutely not. The next thing you know, I stumbled across like this episode of Powerpuff Girls on VHS. And it was like, oh yeah, it was the attack of the things of broccoli from outer space or whatever. And then it's like, you know what? I'm gonna give broccoli a shot. It turns out I just freaking love it.
Nice. Yeah, it's like, yeah, Ed, Ed and Eddie is another really good one.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah.
watched that one a lot.
Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends.
That was
I
a-
watched a lot.
that was probably after Danny's time.
Yeah, that was after my time. I like a lot of like your, or I think a lot of like your first ones. So, Dexter's Lab,
That was good.
Powerpuff Girls, Johnny Bravo, like that was the Cartoon Network I was growing up on. Was like some of like
Yeah.
the first incarnation.
Johnny Bravo is one of those shows where it's like there was a lot of like slipped in adult humor in that one.
Oh yeah, but
Like I remember going back. I remember like seeing an episode in passing when I was older, and it was the episode where Johnny was like being sacrificed for to the volcano by like the Amazonian women, and they referred to him as the Virgin Sacrifice, and I was like, what? How did you get away with that?
Wow.
yeah.
And Johnny
Yeah,
was just
so
like,
it's like-
virgin.
Yeah. But it was like, I think it was like, I think like, again, it's like, yeah, I saw it. I watched Ed, Ed and Eddie. I remember Cow and Chicken.
Cow and Chicken was a bizarre show.
Yeah, Cow and Chicken was on crack.
Yeah, that's another really good one.
Thank
Yeah,
you so
but
much,
like,
Isaac Smith.
yeah,
Man's
but it
just
was like-
wait, hold on. Man's just donated $2 to ask us what's Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
Culture yourselves!
It's a show about these three kids named Ed, Ed, and Eddie, promptly. And their whole goal was just trying to like make some easy money so they can get some candy.
Some friggin' jawbreakers.
Yeah. But man, they got some good meme-worthy stuff.
Oh yeah, very much so.
Yeah. Canadians are weird.
Oh man, yeah. So yeah, thinking about it now, it's like going back to like a favorite Cartoon Network show. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, thinking about it now, I think my most favorite would have to be The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
That was an amazing show. That show was so
I-
before its time, honestly.
Seriously, yeah, yeah. It's like thinking about it hard enough. I think out of all the shows on CN, I think that was the show I watched the most.
Yeah,
'Cause it was just that good.
Bill. Like, did you ever watch Billy and Mandy, Danny?
I think I caught a couple episodes of Billy and Mandy.
Okay, you need to like do yourself like a huge favor and like go back and like watch some of those episodes because Billy and Mandy was so before its time. It was an amazing like show. Actually, that's another one actually like Courage where horror elements but didn't actually scare me.
No, no, absolutely not.
Yeah, so that's where it's like I gotta find a way to like watch some of these older shows because it's like again, like I said, like some of these other ones, like especially a lot more some of the more recent ones, if you want to call them that, like I don't keep up with a lot of them nowadays, but it's like even some of these other ones, like even like Foster's Home, like I completely missed out on Foster's Home. And it's like, yeah, I completely missed out on Courage the Cowardly Dog. But from the few things that you guys have shown me, like, BJ and Ryan, like, some of the clips that you've shown me, it's like, I think that's a show I absolutely would get behind. So it's like, if there's a way that I can, find it, like, if it's on a streaming service or something, I'd gladly watch it if I can get access to it.
Chat, here's some
Yeah,
homework. Chat, here's some homework for you. Yeah, where could Danny watch Grim Adventures like nowadays?
HBO Max.
Oh, sick. Never mind, chat.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's like someone mentioned it in the chat, and it's like, yeah, I can confirm. Yes, you can watch Courage the Cowardly Dog amongst many other Cartoon Network shows on HBO Max. My sister and her husband, they have HBO Max, and I was like, when I found out that they did have that, oh my god, I just like, okay, I'm showing them Courage the Cowardly Dog and then a bit of Grim Adventures.
Okay. Some people are now they're asking Nickelodeon shows.
I wasn't as much into Nickelodeon when I was a kid. I did watch it here and there. Like I remember, like I watched SpongeBob, Odd Parents, Jimmy Neutron,
Angry
my
Beavers is a
Teenage
really good
Robot.
one.
I watched a bit of Danny Phantom. I watched a little bit of. I wasn't as much of a Nickelodeon kid though. Like I would watch it. Like I think I would generally turn. I think I would only turn to Nickelodeon if there was a show on Cartoon Network that I didn't feel like watching.
Right.
Well,
That's like,
well
yeah,
Cartoon
like,
Network or the Disney Channel. Like, if there was nothing on so my list of priorities when I was a kid was Cartoon Network, Disney Channel, Nickelodeon. If there was, I would always watch Cartoon Network shows. If there was nothing good on Cartoon Network, I'd go to Disney Channel. If it was the same thing, then I'd go to Nickelodeon.
Angry
Yeah.
Beavers is a really good show.
Yeah, that one is pretty underrated. It's like, as far as like me for favorite Nickelodeon shows, it's like probably based here, but it's like Avatar: The Last Airbender and Invader Zim. Those are like your top tier. As far as like older shows, like I remembered liking Hey Arnold a lot.
Oh
when I
no,
was-
that
when
was
I
a great
was
show.
growing
I
up.
loved Hey Arnold actually.
Yeah.
I remembered watching a lot of Hey Arnold.
Actually, I have a funny story about Hey Arnold, actually. On the day after Sophia was born, we were in the hospital, because, Mom just got out of labor, and Mom was asking me and my sister Brianna if we wanted to watch anything on television. So she turned it on, and Nickelodeon was already there, and Hey Arnold was on. And I was like, oh, we have to watch this. It's such a great show. But it was an episode where, like, literally it was at a scene where, like, I forget the name of the three kids. It was like the three, like, it was like the big kid with the blue hat and like the buck teeth, like the long skinny
Harold?
kid.
Yeah.
I forget their names,
Harold.
but the three of
Yeah,
them
Harold.
were like playing a prank on the school principal, and they like dropped their pants and mooned the guy. And
I
it was,
know that-
It
I
was
know
a
that
shot where
episode.
the principal
Oh
like
my
adjusts his glasses, and you just see these three these bare kid butts like right in plain screen. And that was the first thing my mother saw right after I said we have to watch this show, and she was like, "Are you sure this is appropriate?"
Oh my god.
That was pretty funny.
I remember that episode.
Yeah, but it's like, I watched a lot of Hey Arnold as a kid, and it's like, I go as far back as when Nicktoons first started, so I was like, Rugrats, of course, everybody watched Rugrats back in the day. Doug, I remember Doug, I think maybe that's probably, admittedly, because that's such a radically different show, because it's like, a lot of the other shows are being like, oh, let's be cute, let's be kooky, whereas Doug's a little bit more down to earth. I think that's probably a show I probably appreciate now, like, older, than I was as a little kid.
Yeah.
Ren and Stimpy, the creator, death to him, but my god, that show was, it was definitely funny. Like, your classic Ren and Stimpy legitimately was funny. It's a real damn shame that the creator, we don't talk about that.
But yeah, it's like my favorite Nickelodeon show. Oh man, yeah, I'm pretty much on the same boat as BJ. Like I was more of a Cartoon Network kid than a Nickelodeon kid. Like I only was able to catch like anything on Nickelodeon, like if I was at like a friend's house or whatever. I mean, I would say SpongeBob, but honestly, technically, I never really got into SpongeBob until like 2005. Like, do you remember remember when they were? I don't know if you heard about this. Like, you ever heard of that one old video player during like the mid 2000s? Video Now.
I think so.
Yeah, no. It's like it was just like this portable video player. Or
Yeah, I
whatever,
do
and it's
remember those
like-
actually.
Yeah, it's like you buy Video Now for the first time, and then they're like, okay, here's your bonus SpongeBob SquarePants episode. Fan Geeks.
You know what's sad? Ryan? I thought for sure you were gonna say, do you remember those video players called VCRs? Like, oh no.
It's like VCRs and laser discs.
If you own PS2s, you have to know what a laser
Who
disc
here
is.
in my chat knows what a VCR are? How much are you about to age me right now?
No, hold
Alright,
on.
mods, I would like to request a poll solely for the chat. Okay, who here knows about a VCR? Yes or no?
Raise your hand in the chat if you know what the acronym VHS stands for.
And then it's
Oh
like,
my goodness. But
oh
but
my-
no,
it's
but
like-
no.
it's like,
Oh,
oh my
sorry.
god, yeah, I was about to say, like, oh my god, I can't, Dylan, thank you for reminding me. I cannot believe another favorite Nickelodeon show I loved growing up as a kid was Rocco's Modern Life.
Oh, that's
Oh,
That's
okay.
good.
Oh, God.
That was another. That was another show beyond its
That's a
time.
good one.
I
That's a
feel
good one.
so
That's one
bad
of my
that I
favorites, yes.
I feel so bad that I forgot about Rocco. I love Rocco.
yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I remember watching my fair share of Rocco's Modern Life alongside Rugrats.
Meanwhile, all the kids in my chat right now are like, "What about Loud House?" It's like, oh,
Oh yeah. Welcome to our show. Coffee, sugar, and sausage. How do I still remember that? Oh yeah, no that. Yeah, no, there's many skits in that show. That was something else. That was a trip. We don't talk about Loud House. Oh my god.
see, I'm just out of the loop when it comes to cartoons these days. So it's like,
Well, that's why it's like, yeah, like nowadays, it's like, yeah, like, especially because we don't have cable.
Yeah,
It's like we pretty much live off of like Roku and streaming. You
Yeah.
know, so it's like, so I'm like, I am very much out of the loop with what is happening on Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network right now. Oh, and Disney for that matter. You know, like I have no idea. Like I'm aware of shows, like, but it's like, yeah, if you want to ask me, like, you know, Danny, what do you think of Loud House or the Owl House? I don't know. I don't have a means of watching any of it.
I feel like, well, okay, I've heard great things about Owl House. I will say that. My Sophia loves that show to death. And
Who?
Sophia.
Yeah, you said Owl House, and I said who?
Oh, I hate you. Anyway, that's my train of thought. But I feel like if there's one Disney Channel show that I really do recommend you watch, Danny, if you haven't already, like, it's not really a newer one, but I would call it like one of the true, like, really good, like, well, okay, there was Gravity Falls. Almost forgot about Gravity Falls. That was a fantastic show. But I was going to say Phineas and Ferb.
Yeah.
That show is amazing.
I'm seeing people in chat bring up Blockbuster. Anyone remember Radio Shack?
Oh God!
I'm surprised anyone in the chat knows about Blockbuster.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, Blockbuster, Radio Shack.
Gravity Falls over Phineas and Ferb. I don't even want to like try to compare them. Like, they're both fantastic shows.
I was just about to bring that up, Malik. I don't even know if Circuit City still exists anymore.
Oh my God, that
No.
is really old.
Yeah. No, I know the only Circus City in my area. It closed down like many years ago, and it was never heard from again.
Yeah, I remember the spot where my Circuit City used to be, and yeah, I don't even know if it's even there anymore.
And I remember like Suncoast Video. Like, I remember that. That was a store I lived in because at the time, like when I was younger, it was like that's where you go to get like anime before Best Buy is like, oh wait, people like this stuff? Quick, bring in the anime.
Actually, it's funny because God, I don't. Is this safe to talk about on stream? I don't know if this is safe to talk about on stream. Actually,
If you have to question it, it's probably not.
yeah. I mean, okay. I'm just gonna say that there was a. I don't know if anyone has like a video store called FYE, like for your entertainment.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I've got FYE.
Yeah, I think we still have one in my mall, but the thing I was gonna bring up, I'm gonna try and make this as tame as possible, but I think that the last few times I remember going to FYE, they sold some pretty questionable DVDs in store.
Oh God. Okay, so some not say so stuff.
Yeah. And I'm like, huh, like y'all can get away with this?
Apparently
guess.
so, yeah.
I guess. I hope to God they do the ID checks.
Like,
I'm just saying, you don't want a 10-year-old walking out with Legend of the Overfiend. I'm just saying.
yeah, apparently that's a thing.
Ugh. Oh my goodness.
Well, I don't know if they still do. I haven't been inside the FYE in like a while. I don't even, I want to say it's still there. I'm pretty sure it's still there. I'd have to check. Next
I
time
know
head
that
up to the
I
mall.
know there's an FYE in the mall by me, and it's like I think the last time I went there, like they still have like geeky stuff, but it's like it's less of like videos and it's just more merchandise.
Yeah, like it's the same with mine. Like I remember I went back when I was still collecting Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I would get some packs from there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, amongst other things like video games, other electronics, plushes, like anime.
BJ, did you ever watch Kim Possible or the Lilo and Stitch shows?
Both of those shows were great. I love both those shows.
Yeah, that's like if there's anything like I say it's like I would figure if anything you had to have seen the Lilo and Stitch because I know you like Stitch is like your Disney god.
Well, it's not even just that it was Stitch.
You loved Lilo and Stitch.
It's not even just that it was Stitch. That show, like, clicked so many, like, serotonin points for me. Because it wasn't just about Stitch, who, yes, is my favorite Disney character. But it was also effectively a monster collection show. Because the entire premise of the show was finding all of Stitch's brethren, like his cousins. And you meeting, like, the different monsters, like, the different experiments every episode. That, like, you guys know how much I love monster collection games. So a show about effectively monster collection, yeah, like that like hit all of the correct notes for me in my brain when I was a kid.
I still remembered years ago when Birth by Sleep originally came out on the PSP.
Yeah.
And I remembered, I think this was when we were on Skype at the time. And I was playing, and I'm playing through. And I remember, BJ, you were specifically saying, when you get to the Stitch levels, I don't care what character you're playing as, when you get to the Stitch levels, you are going to stop, and I don't want you playing any further unless I'm there, because I want to hear what they did with the Stitch levels.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, you just wanted to hear, like, the dialogue and stuff.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay. So I was like, yeah, I'd play, but then as soon as I saw, oh, nope, we're in the Stitch level. Okay, I'll wait until BJ comes on. It's like, okay, BJ, I'm at the Stitch level. He's like, turn that volume up. I must hear it.
And I remember when you got to, I think it was Terra's final boss, when he fights Experiment 221, Sparky. Like,
Yeah, you got so excited.
That no pun intended. That shocked me. That was not actually an intended pun. I apologize. Because I was like, wow, they brought something from, like, the spin-off stuff into, like, what is supposed to be this, like, representation of the actual movie. And Danny's just sitting here like, what is this gremlin? Like, I got excited when they brought in 221.
What are your thoughts on bees? I like the bees.
As long as they're not bothering me.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, bees are fine. It's like, yeah, I agree with Clank. It's like, yeah, bees are fine. Wasps are rude.
Yeah, wasps need to die.
Yeah, death to the wasps.
Yeah, screw the wasp, man. Seriously, you would just be minding your own business, and then the next thing you know, a wasp just flies out of the freaking blue, but you're not even in his territory or anything. He'll just go right up to your freaking neck and just sting the living daylights out of you.
It's like, yeah. Yeah, it's like, yeah, wasps and hornets, not a fan. Bees, though, I do not mind the bees. The bees are cool.
Yeah, bees are fine. I used to be terrified of bees when I was a kid, but after a while I was like, no, bees are fine.
Then I found out it's not the bees that have the stingers. Well, not all of them anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, BJ, have you been working on this thumbnail for 2.5 hours? Yeah.
Yeah, this one's taking me a little longer than I was hoping, even with the sketch already pre-made and done. Like, imagine if I didn't, like, make this sketch, like, beforehand.
Chat. The process of art is a patient one.
Like, I think it is because Waluigi just is a much more complicated, like, a much just bigger character than Jibanyan and Mimikyu.
Well, plus, like, you know, you're drawing, like, the details of the dice, the details of the car, and now you got all these other little random objects. It's not just, you know, cool character in a pose.
Yeah.
You're drawing all these other extra little things.
Which I probably don't need to do, because again, this is just for a thumbnail. But I'm crazy, so I'm gonna do it anyway.
It'll all be worth it in the end. And yeah, just like what Brandon just said, and it's just like what I said during the last stream. You know, when it comes to the process of art, depending on how much you're wanting to put into your piece or whatever, you know, it can take some time. It's natural.
At least Henry Stickmin will be easy.
Okay, just to spite you, I'm gonna make that one the most complicated thumbnail yet. I'm going to draw every single item in his special.
Yeah, it's like the imposter.
Like, no, seriously, you think this is taking a really long time? No. Just wait until he gets around to Master Chief.
It's like as a certified music producer, this is actual facts. So, yes, music is art. I remember living in a time in school where people would swear in their life that music is not part of art, and I'm like, are you stupid?
Yes.
It's like, yeah, Master Chief will be multiple streams.
I can see that maybe.
Maybe Doom Guy.
Yeah, maybe Doom Guy as well. Yeah.
Alright. What is your favorite drink?
I do enjoy me some good, simple cranberry juice.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a go-to. Even diluted cranberry juice is pretty good with all things considered. Master Chief will be a 24-hour subathon? Okay, wait a minute. I think you're getting your platforms mixed up here.
Have you watched Murder Drones? I have seen the first episode, like back when it originally came out. Been meaning to watch the rest.
Yeah, can't say I have heard or seen Murder Drones, unfortunately.
Did the music stop?
It probably did, because I have been at this for a bit and I forgot to check on it. So let me just check. Let me just get that real quick. Thanks, YouTube.
Shade wants to know, will you be making the custom art for characters who did ultimately end up in Smash, like Banjo, Steve, and Sora?
Yes, I am. Like, I brought this up earlier. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do so. Because again, even though the characters got in, they are still ultimately a part of this series.
Ooh.
Coffee, tea, or hot chocolate?
Hot chocolate.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with tea.
This is my reward for this? Oh, okay.
Oh wait. Yeah, I think compared to the two, like, don't get me wrong, I do enjoy me some tea. But I think compared to the two, I think I would favor more with hot chocolate.
I say both.
Yeah, at
Cop
the end
out.
of the day,
Cop out.
I would definitely say both.
Pick a side. Treat this
Hey,
treat this like a
Left foot
Splatfest.
left Twix. Are you left Twix or right Twix?
I think, yeah. Has anybody tried
The ultimate Splatfest. Yes.
Has anybody tried boba tea before? Yes, I have, and it is amazing.
I've never got a chance to try it.
Wait, hold up. What kind of tea?
Boba tea.
Or
Does
bubble
it
tea.
have like those, like,
got, it's got the little bubbles.
okay, yeah, the little black bubbles or whatever? Yeah.
Yeah, the edible bubbles.
Yeah, like
Yes,
it's yeah, it's
yes.
like some say boba, others say bubble tea. So
That. Oh yeah, no, I've had that once before, like years ago. Yeah, that's some good stuff right there.
Mm-hmm.
if they have a sugar-free variant of it, then I would love to try it one day.
Actually, Brandon, like by my house, there's this place. I think it's called like a T4, and it's basically like a place you go there. It's basically like the Starbucks of teas. But it's all like Asian flavored teas, and the whole thing is they have like all these wide variety of flavors. You get to determine how much ice you want and how much sweetness you want. So you can actually get like sweet and sugar free teas.
So it is possible.
It is possible, yes. You know, and then it's like so you can determine how much ice you want, how much sweetness you want, and then like oh, if you want to throw in, they call it toppings, but it's like, oh, do you want the little bubbles in boba tea? You know, you can add that in there. They offer different flavors of like jelly or like jams and shit that you can put into the tea.
Stop cussing,
and
Danny.
It's like don't deal with it. But it's like but ultimately it's like I really dig this place. Like I got to try like a milk tea. I think the flavor was, they said it was like a winter melon or something. But it was like a very light flavor, milk tea with the little bobas in it. And it was just, so good.
I need to find some workarounds for this and see if I can actually try it. Children are watching Danny. Well, it's 11:22 p.m. my time. Why aren't y'all in bed?
Doesn't matter.
Tomorrow's Friday. Y'all got school. No, tomorrow's Thursday. Y'all got school.
This channel does not have a midnight mode.
No, I know it doesn't. I'm just saying, like, little kids should be in bed anyway.
But it still has a night mode. You just have to enable that in the settings.
You're not my dad.
I guess. Well, I mean, well, I guess.
You're not my dad. You're not my dad. I am in a tank and you're not.
Well, I guess to raise credit, I am the second youngest here, so.
No, listen to me. No, I am your dad, and I'm telling you, get out of the tank.
He's like, you're not my dad. I am in
No,
a tank.
yes, I am your dad. Get out of the tank right now.
I am literally in a tank and you're not.
Classic. Such a classic. Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Swear jar. Every time Danny swears, she has to donate $5.
No.
Whoa!
No.
That's one heck of a donation
Nah.
jar.
Nah. Whenever Danny swears, the chat has to donate.
No! No! The ultimate punishment. Oh, good lord.
That's what the children get for being up past their bedtime.
What the heck? I didn't press anything. What in the world? Sorry about that. Oh my god. Meanwhile, oh my god. And then next you, oh my god. It's like, well, great. You're now giving Danny ideas. And now it's like, all right, well, Chad, you better start coughing it up.
I hate it here.
like, I'm not your daddy, I'm your grandpa. It's like, you're not my grandpa, you're my uncle.
I'm your uncle and your grandpa. Good morning.
Christ.
Mother.
So that would make him Greg's brother and father. That makes way too much sense.
All right, I'm ready for this episode to end.
Y'all can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good.
Who is the most annoying video game character, hero or villain?
Huh?
Yeah,
Like
most annoying video game hero or villain.
Like what character what
okay.
character in general gets on your nerves the most? I guess is what they're asking.
Okay, okay, I thought, okay, never mind. I
Wait.
heard that wrong for a moment there.
Okay,
Um,
okay. Yeah, obvious answer for me, Tidus.
Uh-oh.
It's like that's all I'm going to say. And it is beyond, and it's not just because the annoying Final Fantasy X laugh. Oh, trust me, there's way more about Tidus that gets on my nerves.
Brandon, your thoughts?
My thoughts on what now?
Most annoying hero or villain in a video game?
I was referring to how you're saying, like, the most annoying hero, in your opinion, Danny, was Tidus.
I mean, like, as long as she doesn't say Zach Fair.
No, Zach is safe.
Alright.
It's like I may have been a Tidus main in Dissidia, but I mean. Danny has valid points.
You're just saying that you don't want her to get mad at you.
Okay, well, let me think. Annoying villain or hero?
It's funny considering Final Fantasy XIV has a attire of both Tidus and Yuna that you can wear.
That's what I'm trying to think. Like that's my pick for annoying hero, but annoying villain. That's why I gotta think.
I honestly can't think.
I mean, the only annoying character, like, I guess you want to call him a hero that comes to mind, it would have to be Bubsy.
That's a safe pick.
I
I
mean-
feel that's a safe answer. I feel though.
I mean, even so, it's like there's like quite literally no redeeming quality about the character or whatever. Even if he is a hero, he is. It's like he just spews out just with nifty one-liners like Rover Dangerfield over here, and that's pretty much it. Like,
I mean,
what
do y'all
could
really?
possibly go wrong?
I mean, do y'all honestly consider Omochao to be a hero character? I mean, that's more of a tutorial character than anything.
Right. Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
that's like
yeah.
I mean that's like getting mad at Navi, Fi, like that's like getting annoyed with them, and it's like they're literally the tutorial.
I mean, I know people are saying like Froggy isn't really. No. Oh shoot, I'm getting my frog characters mixed up. Whoops. Okay, my bad. For some reason, I was thinking of Slippy Toad. And I was thinking, wait a second. Okay,
The fact that we confused Froggy with Slippy is kind of telling.
but see, no, here's the thing, though. It's like the only reason why people find Slippy Toad to be annoying is because of how Slippy sounds in Star Fox 64. It's like, putting that aside, Slippy is not a bad character by any means.
He's not.
And it's like, but no, go in the freaking in the context of what people were really bringing up in the chat. Okay, they were referencing Big the Cat or whatever. But it's like,
I never found Big annoying.
I mean, I never found him to be annoying either, to be honest. Yeah.
Would Untitled Goose Game be cheating?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, because yes, it would. Be.
That's
No,
a
that
game.
would be
That's a
another
game about.
safe
That's a game about a
answer.
character that's designed to be annoying. Like
Yeah, I was gonna say it's by design.
Yeah.
Except like, you're meant. It's annoying by design, but at the same time, that's a game like it's actually fun to be annoying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
that's the point.
Exactly. Oh, but yeah, I was like, shoot, I'm still trying to think of like, okay, I know at some point I ran into at least one annoying villain.
No, that's where it's like.
Just
I know,
just
it's
don't
like,
know who.
again, I've run into villains that I don't like, but to flat out say they are annoying, like they get on my nerves.
Yeah.
That's where
I feel
that's
like
where
I feel like
that's
it's
the
most.
thing.
It'd mainly be like the villain sidekick characters that probably fall into those categories more. But I'm trying to think of one.
Yeah. Right.
I feel like one probably exists. It's just blanking on me at the moment.
Oh yeah, seriously.
If I can think back on all the games I played like consistently for a moment.
I know, that's where it's like, I don't know, I think
What the? Okay, excuse me? What the flip?
Okay.
Hold on.
yeah, alright.
Terribly sorry.
Well, I don't know, I guess I'll have to come back to that. Favorite anime?
Mine is currently Comey Can't Communicate. I also really like Spy Family at the moment.
I gotta get around to watching Spy Family.
This is gonna sound basic, but it's probably Dragon Ball for me.
Yeah, it's like, for me, Revolutionary Girl Utena. That's by far my favorite.
Oh, sorry. I'll get back to you on that with the favorite anime thing. I'm trying to fix something with that one sound effect on my soundboard.
Okay.
Ray is really happy that you said Utena, Danny.
It's like yes, you have good taste.
Thoughts on Diogenes? I have no clue who that is. Sorry if I just like totally just sat here and what's the word I'm looking for here? Like totally just like
Link versus Kefka. Who do you think would win? Link has taken down gods, so yeah, Kefka doesn't stand a chance.
Okay, I think I'm good.
even though Kefka in his own game, spoiler alert. Actually, do I even just say it? Like people actually maybe I shouldn't say it because I think I remember seeing someone in chat saying they were playing through Final Fantasy VI, and I'm like, okay, maybe I should keep my mouth shut.
I think for this one I gotta play it a little differently. Let me see here.
But yeah. Anyway, favorite anime. Oh shoot. Well, I mean, okay. Putting aside the more obvious answer for me, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Honestly, the only other one that comes to mind that I know for a fact I would also like go back and rewatch like at any given moment, that would be Overlord. Like I never really got into like a Sword Art Online, you know, with like an anime series or whatever, where it's like, oh no, it's you're someone from the real world that has been transported into a video game, and now the video game becomes real life. You become isekai in the video game.
I was like, I know isekai is a really big thing right now, and it's like, I guess this is probably my own age coming through right now, but it's like, I guess it depends on what the show is, because, like, again, I don't watch a whole lot of anime nowadays just because there's so much of them that come out, and a lot of them are, meh or not that good. There's only, like, a couple. But even then, it's like the isekai genre is not really one I'm really interested in.
Yeah.
I will say, though, a good anime that I really liked back then, which technically counts as an isekai. You want a fun isekai to watch? Watch The Vision of Escaflowne.
The Vision of Escaflowne.
Yeah, this is by far my age coming in. It's where it's like, yeah, I like Vision of Escaflowne a lot.
If there's an isekai nowadays, Dandy, that I could actually recommend to you that I know for a fact you'd enjoy, it's probably Konosuba.
Okay.
Because that's an isekai that... What's the best way to describe Konosuba? It doesn't take itself seriously.
Okay. It's like, right, it's like I'm watching, I just saw, watching Assassination Classroom and the time I got reincarnated as a slime. I've heard about the slime one, and it's like, I've heard of Assassination Classroom. That's another one of those ones I've been meaning to watch, especially because I've watched the anime of, like, the guy that originally wrote Assassination Classroom, like that mangaka. Prior to that, he did a manga called, like, Majin Tante Nogami Nero. And I watched that anime. And I know that one's really obscure, because as far as I'm aware of, that one didn't even get licensed for some reason. I don't know why. But it's like, I like Nogami Nero, so it's like, I've been meaning to look into Assassination Classroom. It's just, add that onto the list. Okay, favorite video game OST?
If I can bring up one that I could bring up one that I always like, that comes to my mind whenever people tell me about like video game OSTs. Yoshi's Woolly World. Like,
Yeah, Yoshi's Woolly World, like for a soundtrack that mostly has like a lot of like chill yet happy vibe tunes with it. It's a really good soundtrack, honestly.
it is. Like Final Fantasy 14 is another good contender.
Final Fantasy in general tends to like knock soundtracks out of the park.
You're right.
Let's see. If we're talking like soundtracks that are like really upbeat that can like really get you hyped up, I would say Tekken 7's soundtrack.
Oh yeah, that's another
really good one.
That's another good one. Yeah, you're right.
But if we're talking like a soundtracks that, yeah, like going back to the whole shtick where it's like, okay, it's a soundtrack where it's good, but it's also like it gives you like some chill vibes to it. I don't really talk about this soundtrack all that much, but it's actually from this indie game, Paradise Killer. I haven't played the game, but I love pretty much like every single song in that soundtrack, especially the final track, the Leaving. I play that song like every single time I'm about to end stream, because it's like, it's so good. It's such an underrated soundtrack.
Okay. That's like, yeah, like Final Fantasies, like we said, was pretty good. Undertale, I've got a soft spot for Undertale.
Yeah, Toby Fox's soundtracks are pretty top tier.
Mm-hmm.
They are. They really are.
It's like, other than that, Nier Automata's got a good soundtrack.
Yeah.
Nights into Dreams. Yeah. Nights into Dreams for me, classic. I'm trying to think what other ones. It's like, was like, even Sonic the Hedgehog has some pretty rockin' soundtracks, even from the games that aren't very good.
Yeah.
The music tends to be good. I think maybe with the exception of Sonic Chronicles. I think that was the only one that's like, everybody agrees the soundtrack is terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
in unison.
Like I know Sonic Forces, it had like mixed reception or whatever, but I mean, and heck, even had mixed reception with like the soundtrack. But I will say, I still think the soundtrack for Sonic Forces is not that bad, especially the vocal tracks that they use for like your Sonic OC.
Yeah.
A lot of the
They're really
vocal
not.
tracks, they are pretty bangers. I think my favorite out of all of them would be the one for like Prison Hall and Moonlight. Both of those
Yeah.
vocal tracks in that game, those are really good bangers.
It's like another good video game soundtrack. Admittedly, it's a soundtrack that it's preferable to listen to like in the game rather than like just like listening to like in your car is like Silent Hill 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because it's like the classic Silent Hills, the way they did their music, it's definitely meant to be like more like experienced in the game. You know, it's like could you listen to the soundtrack in your car? Sure, but it's like at the same time, it's just like I think like I don't know. I prefer listening to it like actually like in the game.
Uh-huh.
Thank you so much for a Pop-Up Girls fan. What if Gardevoir was in Smash? If you want to pick that request, go ahead and type into the chat explanation points requests, and it'll pull up a form for you.
You know what? I will say another really good soundtrack from a more classic game, Donkey Kong Country.
Yeah.
Like seriously, you would never seriously, I can never get enough of the various tracks that will play in that game. Minecart Madness, Aquatic Ambience, Cave Dweller, so many others. Heck, even the Overworld theme. I will never get over the Overworld theme.
Okay.
It is such a nice little bop to listen to. Oh yeah. Fear Factory is another really good one. Again, seriously. Pretty much like most, if not all, the tracks in Donkey Kong Country, they're really freaking good. Actually, you know, another underrated soundtrack, Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories.
I'm trying
Like,
to
yeah,
remember which one that was.
It was the one released for the PlayStation. You know,
Oh,
when they were still trying to figure out what to do with the card game.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, say what you will about how Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories plays, but the tracks, oh my god, listen, you look up the free duel theme, seriously, that track slaps amongst many freaking others. Oh man. To me, it was really way too good for its time. Way too good for its time. Oh, for Pete's sake.
What?
Okay, so I have a confession. Throughout this entire stream or whatever, I've actually had my own chill music playing in the background. It is like, here I am talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, and lo and behold, it plays the Egyptian Duel theme from the same game. Like, you've got to be kidding me.
That's the internet hearing you.
I apparently so. I know that even iTunes is like, oh, what's that? You still enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories tunes? Okay, no worries, fam. I got you. It's like, here, have the Egyptian Duel theme.
Okay, I think I'm finally ready to start coloring.
Hey! Nice!
Is Yu-Gi-Oh viable for Smash?
He's had games, so I'd say so.
Yeah. Like, is he an anime or a video game character? You know,
He's technically a
Yeah.
manga character.
technically anime slash manga, but there's plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh games out there, so yeah, we can make it work.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
actually, I should ask: were you asking to get into real Smash or for the What If Smash? Because What If Smash, I think he's viable for What If Smash. For real Smash, not a chance.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Probably should make that clarification.
I've watched Forbidden Memories speedruns. Oh, yeah, no. I think I remembered a while back. I don't think I sat down and watched like any Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories speedruns legitimately. But I do remember watching like a couple of videos about how supposedly there was this guy who beat the world record for speedrunning Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, but turns out he cheated. So
Go figure.
yeah, so his whole run was completely invalid.
Oof.
How many?
Which I mean, it's a really sticky situation, if only because the way Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories plays, unfortunately, if you were to try to play the game legitimately, like listen, trying to get the right cards, it's all based on luck. Like, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. You have to be incredibly lucky to get the right cards. And you have to do that by winning duels a certain way in a really fast manner. And you have to get, like, perfect duels, like, every single time. And there's also this system where it's like, okay, you can input a password on these old cards to try to unlock them in the game. But, oh no, that's not all. You have to input this certain amount of star chips to unlock them. Like, say, for example, you want to get your hands on a Blue Eyes White Dragon card in the game, right? Well, get this. Much like a lot of other really rare, powerful cards, they cost literally 999,999 star chips, and you can only get star chips by getting perfect duels. And so, with that in mind, you literally have to do at least 200,000 duels just to get on that one card. I'm not over-exaggerating. I remember doing the math a long time ago. It's ridiculous.
Way I see it, though, it's like I've seen plenty of speedruns where there was all RNG involved and they still destroyed them. So, like,
Oh, of Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories?
well, just in general.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure in general, you know, people have been able to have, like, you know, RNG or whatever, but it's for Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. It's that's its own beast. Like, straight up, that's its own beast. In fact, I remember years ago, one of the upcoming games I wanted to do as a playthrough for Spiffy Needle Geeks was Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. But I'm like, okay, if I do end up getting around to that game, there is no freaking way I'm going to do it, like, say, as a live playthrough, let alone a live stream or anything. It would have to be post. Because, no, at one point or another, no, there is no way I'm going to be spending hours, days, months, years even, just to do everything legitimately with this game.
Coward.
No, I am not wasting my time.
Coward.
You know what? If I'm being a coward for, you know, trying to be smart about it, then alright, I'm guilty.
Oh, dang. Didn't think I'd get this far. You're not supposed to admit to it. You're supposed to get all egomaniac and then do it anyway.
Oh, jeez.
Maniac wants to know, BJ. I want to hear your voice on this since it's your series. Considering your rules for characters, I realize some WWE wrestlers could get movesets from you.
I mean, are they like fictional?
Like, you know, like, could you make, like, a moveset for someone, say, like, The Undertaker?
I mean, I guess if they're actually a fictional character, I guess. I mean,
Well, yeah, like, it's, like, you know, the character of The Undertaker.
I don't know. Sure.
You know, because, I mean, yeah, I know there's wrestlers, like, they pretty much play as themselves, like, you know, like Hollywood Hulk Hogan and John Cena, but then you have wrestlers where it's very obvious it's a character, like The Undertaker. So it's like, yeah, where would you draw the line?
I mean, I guess that'd be fine. I can't guarantee it'd be a good moveset though, because that, I don't know. Sure.
It feels like we're grasping at straws here.
Yeah.
I mean, not that I'd even be worried about it anyway, because the likelihood of people requesting for wrestling characters is so slim to none. Or at least enough to actually get like a full moveset from me. Slim to none.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch Rango?
I've seen reviews on Rango. I never actually watched it.
Yeah, I remember watching Rango with my ex-girlfriend many years ago. It was a pretty top-notch film.
Why does that happen?
Oh, what happened?
Where like I use the paint bucket and then it just bleeds into a different part of the color.
Oh yeah. That thing I tried explaining to you that one time, and then you were just like, what in the world are you talking about? That was exactly what I was talking about that one time.
Oh well. What are you talking about?
There you go.
What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Oh, for Pete's sake. Shoot.
We got BJ, can you try out the Guilty Gear series?
I mean, eventually, if one of its characters gets enough requests, I would definitely need some help with Brandon from it, though.
Yeah, because I actually do play Guilty Gear.
And again, I'm just not the, like, I keep up with fighting games. I'm just not the greatest at them. Like, I am not a good fighting game player by any stretch of the word.
Yeah. I'm pretty much on the same boat. Like, I mean, I know I keep up with Tekken, and while I do play a little bit of Tekken, even from years ago, no, I'm just terrible at them. I'm just like, you know what? No, this is a really great game. I'm still gonna have fun with it regardless. Oh, did you watch Big Hero 6? Yes.
Who didn't?
Yeah. Asking the real questions here. Oh, jeez. Meanwhile, everyone's like, okay, but what about Skullgirls, though?
Skullgirls is fun.
I still have my physical copy of the PS4 version with, like, exclusive content and such. God, I've yet to try my hands on it. I mean, I've tried it on my Xbox 360 years ago. And I was like, oh man, this is one heck of a difficulty spike.
I still play
Compared
it
to
on
others.
Steam.
Meanwhile, have you ever played Clay Fighter? I've seen the Game Grumps play Clay Fighter like during their early days of their channel, but that's just about it. Oh, did you watch Wreck-It Ralph? You know what? I think it's kind of along the same lines as Big Hero 6. Who hasn't?
Alright, I need to go back and find Waluigi's cart so I can start coloring that out. Oh, actually, you know what? That might have been why I deleted it. Oh, thank you so much, Eric. What would you say is the worst anime world to live in? We having this discussion again?
Okay, alright, well, okay, well, before it was, like, best, like, favorite or least favorite anime or whatever. Okay, now we're talking anime worlds to live in.
I mean, Attack on Titan's pretty up there.
Yeah. Yep, that's a good one.
Legend of the Overfiend. If you know, you know.
Oh, God.
That is all I am going to say.
Wait. Oh, shoot. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold that thought. I'm trying to look up the name of this one freaking anime that comes to mind. Oh, my God. Okay, I knew it. Okay, Blood Sea. Blood Sea. Oh, shoot. Okay. That is a really bad anime world to live in. You are literally a pawn in this entire simulation, and your freaking goal and your fate is you getting eaten by these abominations. Oh, in the most gruesome way possible. Oh, God. Oh, that's a rather messed up anime. Kind of a messed up anime. At this point in time, it's like, oh, okay, no, monsters eating people. It's like, okay, it's not that big of a deal. But back then, it's like, oh my God, it was so freaking gruesome. It's like, ugh, it was really uncomfortable. It really is, especially when you understand the context of the series itself.
How did I mess that up?
Guys, because of rabid monsters. Listen. If you know, you know. Oh God, that was, yeah, and Blood Sea. Oh man, that was really uncomfortable.
I'm still standing by the only legitimately the only correct answer to living in a fictional world is Pokemon. That is the only world. If you're gonna pick any fictional world to live in, that's the only correct answer.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, if you try tell me any others, I will give you reasons. I will tell you why you're incorrect.
Reason number one. Let's see. Opinions on Left 4 Dead.
I've never
Such
actually.
a
I've
classic.
never played Left 4 Dead actually.
Yeah, same here.
It's really fun.
Really? I'm surprised. But I mean, yeah, one could argue that it's like, oh no, it's like a zombie survival game of sorts. Oh yeah, we'll be freaking new. But I think it's safe to say Left 4 Dead, it capitalized on like the zombie video game genre or whatever, and it's really freaking fun. It really is. Honestly, yeah, I will say Left 4 Dead 2, the better game out of the two. Oh shoot. Well, now I'm starting to think like, ooh, shoot, maybe the four of us could play that together sometime. Because I'm pretty sure Left 4 Dead 2 at the very least, I'm pretty sure it's dirt cheap.
What is this? What did I draw there? Oh, it's the other wheel. Okay.
Okay, Dylan asks, BJ, have you heard of Battletoads?
Who in my generation hasn't?
Right.
Yeah, have you played Omori?
I have not.
I've heard about Omori. I too have not played it for myself.
Okay.
Oh, Common Rider. In celebration of International Women's Day, who is your favorite female character ever?
Hmm.
I know, decisions.
Princess Daisy.
It's like, yeah, well. Yeah. Rosalina is the first one that comes to mind, to be honest. I mean, I will say, at first I'm thinking, okay, maybe Cortana. But then I remembered Halo 5 Guardians, and I'm like, okay, never mind, I take it back. If you know, you know.
Okay, there we go. Now we're getting somewhere.
Who's your favorite FNAF character?
I don't have one.
Inconclusive.
Foxy the Pirate Fox.
Again, decisions. there's a couple of good ones. You know, it's like if we're gonna go with the classic animatronics, I'd probably say Bonnie. Yeah, like really, like the Bonnie line tended to have a lot of good ones, at least until William Afton kind of took it over and just like, yeah, these are all mine now.
Ugh. Yeah.
It's like, other than that, I'll freely admit, I like Funtime Freddy, and it is solely because of Kellen Goff's performance.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, like that section in Sister Location where it's like you're trying to like reboot everything and you're just stuck in a room and he's just coming closer to you as he's like taunting you. Like, that's genuinely unnerving. And it is solely because of Kellen Goff's delivery. Like, the man is a phenomenal actor.
Oh my god. No, he is a phenomenal voice actor. Seriously. So freaking good.
Okay, favorite cheese?
Swiss.
Pepper Jack.
You know? Sharp.
Just sharp cheese.
I mean it's so weird because it's like freaking no, many years ago I was like BJ over here and I would just be like, oh no, Swiss cheese all the way. But I think one thing led to another, and for some reason I'm like, okay, you know what? This sharp cheese, not too bad. Not too bad at all. So I just had like sharp cheddar cheese, and then I was like, okay, I I that's like my go-to cheese now.
Yeah, I like Gouda a lot.
Gouda's also a good one.
Yeah.
That or like Munster.
Ooh, Munster's also good. Yeah.
Yeah, Munster's a really good one. I need to have more Munster, to be honest. I tried getting into pepper jack, but I mean, I do enjoy me some spicy stuff, but I don't know. The way the peppers tasted with the cheese or whatever, it just didn't sit well with me. Yeah, although, you know what? Now that I think about it, I do know at the very least at my workplace, they do sell cheese where it's like cheese infused with like habanero. I'm kind of curious on how that tastes like, to be honest.
It's really good.
Of course you'd say that.
I've had it.
I mean, look.
The man with Iron Man brand stomach that can handle any kind of spice.
It's like, dude, of course, listen, we're talking about the guy who pretty much, no pun intended, blazed through the blazing hot wing challenge at Buffalo Wild Wings. Unscathed.
That's a true statement, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not kidding. Yeah.
I mean, anyone who's seen my what if King Boo wasn't smashed? No, I can handle my spices pretty well. I literally showed myself eating ghost peppers. Granted,
right, but
granted, they were dried ghost peppers because that's all I could find at the time for the bit. But
yeah, that's like I remembered. Again, I think it was the last time we got together at MomoCon. Like, because prior to that, I had been in New Orleans, and I got each of you guys presents. And I got BJ a box of different hot sauces from New Orleans. And it's like, anybody who has ever been to New Orleans can tell you that it's like, at every corner is either a pecan store or a hot sauce store. They are very passionate about their hot sauces. And it's like, I have to get BJ a box of hot sauces. And it's like, he just drank this stuff down like it's water. Like, and it's like, how?
I'm gonna die of an ulcer someday.
It's like, you just downed like how many Scoville units? Excuse me?
Just doesn't hurt me.
And it literally, it's like, I remembered like trying like a tiny little drop. And, like, my whole mouth was on fire. And yet BJ's just, like, he's just slamming these things like alcohol.
I was like, it's good. It tastes good.
He's like, no, you guys are just weak. It's like, yeah, and it's like, when we were playing the games, like, I think it was, like, we were doing, like, a Heavy Rain and Ryan was playing Undertale. What's BJ eating? Wasabi peas?
Yeah, that's right.
I tried some of those, too. It's like, man.
Yeah, no, I had, well, I mean, yeah, to be fair, yeah, I believe I also got wasabi peas. Wasabi peas were still pretty good. They had a kick to them, but they weren't bad. I enjoyed them.
What's the best way for me to be able to get this? Let's see here.
What do you think of Mega Man Legends? I love Mega Man Legends. I'm surprised they haven't, like, reported those games yet. I'm hoping Mega Man 64 ends up on the service on Switch sometime in the future. Because that'll be the closest thing we get to having Legends on next-gen consoles. I mean, unless you still own a PSP, then...
Oh boy, here we freaking go. Favorite PlayStation character? Oh, don't even get me started.
Daniel Fortescue.
Are we talking strictly PlayStation or?
Yes.
Yeah, strictly PlayStation.
So Daniel Fortescue.
I am torn between either Sly Cooper or Abe from Oddworld. I am just torn.
If I can pull out my nerd cap for a second and think on the Sony exclusive characters.
And it's like there's it's like again, it's like I can't say I have one because there's a couple.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't want to say as much as I want to say someone like Zack, like because he debuted on PlayStation, but then Crisis Core became multi-platform, so.
Right.
But I guess it also just feels wrong to say a Final Fantasy character when Final Fantasy has always been kind of a multi-platform thing.
Yeah, that's where it's like, yeah. I think like just for that alone, that's like I'm gonna exclude Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
You know, because it's not strictly PlayStation anymore. It's like I know Lara Croft is a character I liked a lot growing up.
Actually, hold on. What were some of my favorite PlayStation 1 games? God, I thought I had an exclusive in mind, but it escaped me.
Yeah, it's like I know it's like Lara Croft, Spyro's pretty fun. I know if Brian was here, he'd be going Klonoa right now.
What are some games you guys are thinking of getting on the 3DS/Wii U before the eShop closes? I'd like to download Dragon Quest VIII. I would also like to. I wish I could find I still wish I could find my physical copy of Twilight Princess HD.
Is there anything
Otherwise-
I should get for movesets before that happens?
Well, that depends. What characters amongst the many choices from the Wii Shop have like more requests?
None that I immediately think of, but there could be a character in the future that ends up getting a lot of requests, and if they're 3DS only, then oops.
Okay, it's like everybody except for BJ. Favorite JoJo characters?
Ah, well.
Might have to say Mr. Higashikata on this one.
It's like I'll do you one better. I'll list off my favorite character from every part. Yeah. So it's like
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, part 1, Dio. Part 2, part 2, Joseph. Part 3, Dio again. Part 4, Josuke. Part 5, Bruno. Part 6, Foo Fighters. Part 7, Gyro. Part 8, Yasuo. And I know JoJo Land literally just started, but we are one chapter in. It's not enough to pick a favorite character.
Ugh. Yeah, well, yeah. Unfortunately, Chad, I'm not caught up with the entirety of JoJo, including the manga. I'm an anime-only watcher. For the most part. So, I mean, the first character that comes to mind when it comes to JoJo in general, I would go with Mista from Part 5.
Yeah, Mista was quite awesome too.
Yes. I was like, as Danny and I established many years ago, Mista is more or less my spirit animal. Oh man, remember when we were doing that manga dub of Part 5? Oh, that was great.
Yeah, because you were reading it for the first time.
Yeah, that was the first time I read the manga before I actually watched the anime.
Mm-hmm. Favorite video game genre?
RPGs.
RPGs.
Yeah, RPGs for me.
Yeah, RPGs, platformers. What's the word I'm looking for? Games like roguelikes. That's what I'm thinking of.
I would say either platformers and FPSs. Or I guess just shooters in general.
Okay, time to cheat real fast.
Alright. Alright, with that said, with that said, I am going to have to duck out because I just looked at the time and it's like, oh, I got work in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, same here. I definitely wake up early for work tomorrow.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you two for staying on as long as you did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Alright, good night, everybody.
Night.
Alright, good night, everybody.
It's you and me, Brandon.
Yep, it's okay. I'm still here.
Yeah, I was really hoping to get a little further than just Waluigi tonight, but it looked like it's probably only going to be Waluigi I'm doing.
Eh.
Because even after I finish all these colors, I still got to do the shading.
No, y'all can't have one more swear. That would hurt BJ's channel. Yeah, again, art takes a lot of patience. If y'all can understand that, then it's really not too bad.
Okay, actually I can get started with the shading now here. Cool. Alrighty. Got all the spots. Okay. Get that later. Alright, let's start some shading. Okay. Yeah, it's like, because knowing what I know about what I plan on doing for Shantae, like, actually considering how long it took me just to do Waluigi, Shantae's probably gonna take a while too. Hopefully not, but I guess it is what it is. Because I took so long with this, I'll try to shoot for another stream tomorrow. I can't really promise that I'll be able to, because I do have an uncle coming in from up north that visits. So I may not be able to. We'll see what happens.
Hey, Brandon and BJ, what's your favorite video game that you're sure basically no one else has heard of, like a true hidden gem that you love?
Yokai Watch.
Yokai Watch is good, but I actually have one. It's actually another one of my favorite games on Switch right now. Even though it's kind of a multi-platform thing, I only really own it on Switch, and it's so good. I don't know if anyone here has heard of the sub-series in Dragon Ball called Dragon Ball Heroes, but Super Dragon Ball Heroes World Mission is a game on Switch that I don't know if anyone's really heard of or know of, but it's so good, in my personal opinion. You sure it's not Brave Fencer Musashi?
It is another one, yeah. Yeah, Brave Fencer Musashi is another one that more people need to play.
Yeah. Yeah, Super Dragon Ball Heroes World Mission is a game that I would highly recommend. Like, at its natural price point, it's still a $60 game, but with how Bandai Namco usually does their sales, like, you could get it for like what, $8 whenever it goes on sale. But so whenever they have their sales, I would highly recommend people giving it a try, especially if you like card game RPG type games.
Thank you so much, Donut, for another donut.
Have you played Freedom Planet 1 and 2?
I have not.
I own Freedom Planet 1, never really played it yet. I think I tried the demo for Freedom Planet 2, maybe? Or was it 1? No, actually no, I think it might have been the demo for 1 that I tried on Switch. So I played the demo, but I never really played the actual game, which I do own on Steam.
Thank you so much, Ray. Everyone play Valkyria Chronicles. That's what she's...
I own it. I just haven't been able to get that deep into it because, again, so many other games and RPGs that I'm trying to get under my belt right now. And again, once April rolls around, that's going to be like 10 more RPGs under my belt that I'm going to be playing nonstop and getting into the competitive scene for. Yes, I'm talking about Mega Man Battle Network. Actually, here's another game here's another game that I don't know how many people have actually heard of or played, but I still think it's pretty good. Has anyone heard of the game Dragon Marked for Death?
I have not.
Oh, really?
No.
Actually, saying that out loud, that could potentially be another good group thing that we could do together. Like all 4 of us. It's made by Inti Creates, the same people that have done the Azure Striker Gunvolt games and the Mega Man Zero games.
Hmm.
Like, it's pretty good. Actually, I should show that off sometime. Yeah, it's available on Switch if you guys are interested in checking it out. Like I managed to find I managed to get a copy physical, like off of eBay, just because it was cheaper that way. But I think before it was initially a downloadable only game. Have you played Spark the Electric Jester Trilogy? I've played 1 and 2. I haven't played 3 yet, but I do own it.
I have not played any of them, though I did see a Let's Play of the first one.
That's pretty. The Spark games are pretty good. I've watched a little of The Simpsons. I'm not like binge watching The Simpsons.
Yeah, I was never really a Simpson guy. I watched like maybe an episode here and there, but never like really watched it.
Yeah, actually, if you guys want to look up the trailer for the trailers for Dragon Mark for Death, like I highly recommend you give them a look. I feel like those games should get more attention. Spark the Electric Jester Smash moveset win ? You all know the deal. At least you all should know the deal by now.
The way I see it, when you ask me when, like I don't like you I don't know any better than you guys do, because it's all up to you guys.
Can you watch and react to Sonic before the sequel and after the sequel? I've actually played those games. They're pretty, like, ironically enough, made by the same guy who did the Spark games. Bribing doesn't work, and it's definitely not a thing that we condone. Now, if you want to give money to support the channel, that's another thing, and we would greatly appreciate that. I know about Gex. I've never really played the games though, or game. If there was only one.
I briefly played one of the games, like on like a friend's Game Boy. I don't even remember which one it was though.
So there was more than one. Oh, so you were joking us. Understood. One game I'd recommend, Perfect Dark on N64. Isn't that available on Xbox now?
Maybe? I've heard of Perfect Dark. Never played it.
Isn't there like a collection or something on Xbox that people can like play games like Banjo-Kazooie, Perfect Dark on? I'm pretty sure you could just outright download them. Yeah, Gex is out of my realm of expertise, so I don't really know much about them other than the fact that it exists. It might also be on Nintendo Switch Online with the N64 Pass. I don't think it is, actually. Like, I know, like, the last game they added to the N64 service, believe it or not, is 007. Or GoldenEye 007. The only other obscure title on the service that I know is on there is something called, what's it called? Winback Covert Operations or something? I don't know.
Couldn't tell you.
Anyone ever played the Sims games? I've seen a lot of people play the Sims games. I've never really had an interest in them myself.
Yeah, I never played them.
It's like, if I'm doing anything like sandbox creation related, it's Minecraft.
I used to play a lot of like Zoo Tycoon when I was a kid. Like those games were a lot of fun.
Oh, Skullgirls is fun. Like, it's not necessarily an easy fighting game to get into, but it's fun. What, future tense? Wait, what'd I say?
Music stop again. That it did.
We could tell you were joking, Charlesonator. No worries. I can never get super into traditional fighting games. I've been on the fighting game wave for years. Like Tekken, Street Fighter, Skullgirls, MVC, CVS, Grand Blue, Under Night.
Yeah, don't feel bad. I've never been able to get into like I enjoy watching them, and I do to a degree enjoy playing them. I've just never been able to like grasp them that well.
If I had to suggest a fighting game that's probably the easiest to get into, but not necessarily the easiest to master, Dragon Ball Fighters.
Like even that one, I kind of had a hard time grasping, honestly. Like my brain just does not process like the combos like fast enough. Like I can learn them, but like I literally just can't execute them.
Yeah, but that's why I say Dragon Ball Fighters, because literally every execution for stuff is literally the same thing for every single character, and it's fairly super easy to do.
If only I weren't bad at video games.
You played the story mode for Fighters? I'm so sorry. Have you ever played Mugen? I tried Mugen once, and afterwards I'm like, I couldn't get into the mindset of like actually making characters and like movesets and stuff like that. I'm just like, why would I need to do this when I could just play the fighting games? That said, I need June to get here, or at least have Capcom announce another beta test for Street Fighter 6, please and thank you. It's like I got in the second closed beta, and I'm like, I want more. I mean, this is a Smash stream. Nothing really easier to understand than Smash Bros. Smash Bros isn't exactly the. It's an easy to get into game, but like if you're like looking to get competitive with Smash, I mean, it's not exactly the easiest thing to learn.
Smash Bros really isn't like. Smash Bros really isn't like the same kind of formula as the traditional fighting game is the thing.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like Smash Bros is not your traditional fighter, so. It's just a type of game that's easy to get into, but I mean,
like it was designed with the casual in mind, so.
Mm-hmm. Among Us Arena Ultimate is simple compared to most of the traditional fighting games. Yeah, but it's not really an official thing. Like it's a fan game, to my knowledge. That said, I still really want to try Among Us VR. I wish I had a headset. Is there a fighting game series with lots of good single-player content? That's actually a good question.
Not counting Melee and Brawl.
Let me, you know what? Let me open up my thing and check out my fighting game real fast. Hey Alexa, lights on.
Okay.
Because both Melee and Brawl have some really good single-player stuff.
Dragon Ball Xenoverse, I'd probably say is, or specifically Xenoverse 2, I'd say is probably a really good fighting type of game with some good single player stuff. Actually, I'd also argue Tekken 7 has a really good story in terms of single player stuff, so.
Even though I never actually technically played them, I do think the more modern Mortal Kombat games have some pretty good single player with their story modes and even like their towers and such.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat's another good one. It's not a robot servant. I mean, this is a thing anybody can buy, and it's not even that expensive either. Now, the lights on the other hand. Hey Alexa, lights off.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm more than aware that when it comes to like the online scene in fighting games, a lot of people get intimidated. And the best thing I can say about that, like, I mean, and if you're just not that into playing online and fighting games, that's perfectly fine. But to the people that don't want to get into it because they're scared to do so, or they're scared to get bodied or lose, I mean, it helps to just shoot for it and go for it. Because I mean, I actually remember someone coming to me one time because they were scared to get into the competitive scene of Pokemon because they were afraid of like dealing with people that know too much about the game and being overwhelmed. And I just say sometimes the best thing to do in that situation is to just shoot for it, because you can't, in situations like that, you can't necessarily learn to overcome that kind of thing unless you just shoot your shot and go for it, you know?
It's like asking someone out. You're never going to overcome your fear unless you just keep doing it.
Yeah. And not to mention that kind of thing also takes practice as well. So it's like, I mean, you want to, I mean, to a degree, I was kind of the same way when it came to certain fighting games and stuff. It's like, especially if I was late into the scene, but it's also another case of practice makes perfect. Like you familiarize yourself with the environment, and then you start to understand it's not as bad as you think it is. I suppose just look for fighting games with robust classic story mode, since that seems like the most likely single-player content you get. Yeah, and again, like I say, Tekken 7 I feel is a good example. I really enjoy the story there. on Kirby
Waluigi
Fighter
really
2.
just is the bane of my existence, isn't he?
I love Kirby Fighters 2. I just need more people to play it.
Waluigi certainly is a character that was definitely designed. That's how I'm feeling right about now. I'm gonna fix this part right here, though. Brandon, I'm scared.
Scared of what?
I'm scared that I'm gonna finish the shading on this, look at it, and then be like, I hate it, it's ugly, I wanna start over. I don't wanna start over, Waluigi. He's not even that worth it. Like, why do people like this character? What is the actual appeal to Waluigi? I don't get it. He's purple. So is Barney the dinosaur. Most people hate that guy. Yeah, actually, thank you. Yeah. William Afton. He was a purple guy, and no one likes him either. Big the Cat is also purple, and you either love or hate him. True. Though I do like Big the Cat. He's fun. Because Blaze the Cat's also purple, and everyone loves her. See, you win some, you lose some. Everyone loves Blaze the Cat, right?
Hmm.
Oh, oops. How did that happen?
People are making that reference. Oh, jeez.
What?
Nothing. I just reading the chat.
Ooh. Stay hydrated.
Thank you for reminding me. I need to go grab my water bottle.
Can I get some BF1 cheers in the chats? Thank you, Ray. So this looks not terrible. Well, you know what, Chad? I can confirm one thing. Doesn't matter how hard it gets, I know Kirby will always be there for me.
That's true.
Kirby will never abandon me. Only trust Kirby. Trust nobody else except for Kirby.
You're right. Magolor can't be trusted. I'm so glad they, well, I try to be lenient on spoilers just in case there are people that actually haven't played the games. So maybe I shouldn't say it.
If Kirby pointed a gun at me off screen, it'd be for mercy. Yeah, I know I brought this on myself. Doesn't mean I can't complain about it. Literally the way of the Italian.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, I'll do it, but I'm gonna whine the entire time. So Reimu, yeah, pretty much Reimu. Reimu is my spirit animal sometimes. Okay. Now let's do the highlights. Which should be significantly easier.
And this is why magic is to be used sparingly.
Magic?
Crisis Core stuff.
Oh.
I won't talk too much about it because I know you're looking to play that game yourself soon.
Hopefully at some point. Ideally.
I am still wanting to cover the game on SNG real soon as well, so. Yeah, as an artist, I too can confirm I hate my own work sometimes. Even though everyone else seems to love it.
Humble brag.
I say this because every time the concept of the Smash Victory, the What If Smash Victory themes is brought up, everyone wants to hear them and everyone seems to enjoy them. That said, I'm actually thinking about which one I should do next.
I was actually thinking about maybe us taking a look back at the Undertale one.
And redoing that one?
Not the tune itself, because I still like the tune, but I'm thinking maybe like the instrument choice.
Okay, yeah.
Like something that keeps it more consistent to like the rest of the Smash themes.
Yeah, and I thought about that, and I'm thinking, okay, in the case of like characters, for example, like Mario and Bowser, or Kirby and Meta Knight, where it's essentially the same thing, but sound more, they sound more fitting for the character in question.
Yeah. Maybe some other time.
why is that the most popular works are almost always the creator's least favorite? It kind of comes with the territory as an artist, where it's like you'll swear on everything. Like it's kind of like how, and I've seen this on Twitter too, where scenarios where artists will put their heart and soul into a really good piece of work and it doesn't get that much attention, versus the same artist like just fumbling around, just drawing something random and silly, and that gets more liked than the one that put like the most work into. So in cases like that, you can't really. It's hard to blame the artists themselves when, like, people's tastes are fickle at best.
Honestly, I'd be more concerned about artists who look at their work and don't, like, hate it. Because then it feels like they're not really, like, improving enough. Or willing to improve, I should say.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's, like, a limit to that. Like, obviously, to a degree, you should, you know, like your work. Because you wouldn't be doing it if you didn't, but, like...
Yeah, obviously. I mean, it's like, I'll usually, not usually not. I'm usually incredibly humble with my work, but it's also the thing I will take the most pride in, because I worked hard to get to where I am. I have a degree for this stuff, for God's sake. So it's like, I know I'm good at what I do, but I guess it's also a matter of tempering expectations. Because I guess it's also, you don't want to purposefully exceed your expectations on something only for it to not get the recognition or the response that you want, because that just hurts artists' pride in some sense. So I think it's a matter. I think it's just it's a simple matter of, like, take pride in what you work hard for and just know that you can always be improving.
Also, apologies if I'm not, like, looking at the chat at all. I'm, like, literally, like, in full concentration mode right now.
That's fine. That's why I'm here. Chat's just talking about voice impersonations they can do.
Speaking of Pikachu, actually, I had a thought regarding the new Pokemon series.
Uh-huh.
They confirmed that the series professor is going to have his own Pikachu, like Captain Pikachu. I had a thought possibly on how they're going to handle that. I'm wondering if the professor is going to be like the pseudo the only, like, if they ever choose to like retire the brand new characters, Liko and Roy, I'm wondering if what they're planning on doing with is that they're going to keep Professor Freed around as like the only reoccurring character in like this new series, and he just meets up with new kids, and that's why he has Pikachu. So that way, technically, Pikachu stays around for the entire journey, even if it's not the main character. Does that make sense?
Possibly.
Because they gotta keep Pikachu around. Pikachu's the star.
This is true.
There we go. Okay, that's looking alright. Alright, now I just need to do the shading on the other objects, and then I think it'll be good. Waluigi, move your gross foot.
Ask BJ if he's gonna give the biggest, scariest villain the Mario series has ever faced.
What? Repeat that?
Like, ask BJ if he's going to give the biggest, scariest villain the Mario series has ever faced the funny Wah Man, the villain background he deserves. But he's not a villain.
Yeah, Waluigi's not really a villain. He's a criminal, but he's not a villain.
Yes, we've heard of Pizza Tower. I'm hearing a lot of things about it.
Yeah,
How it's very...
You're not the first person during this stream to ask about it.
Yeah.
And you're probably
really
not going to be the last. Golf club is done. Let's get the bat. Heard of pinto beans? Yes, I've heard of pinto beans. Whenever I go to Chipotle, that's always the bean selections I use. Brandon,
What's up?
how much you want to bet that that's not what he was talking about?
Wait, repeat that.
Pinto beans?
Hmm.
Because when I think of pinto beans, I think of the actual bean.
Yeah.
Those are really good. Like I said, I always use them for my Chipotle sandwiches or burritos.
Have you heard of Super Mario? Mr. Video Game himself, the #1 mascot of Nintendo? No, never in my life.
I have heard of him actually. I hear he's an interesting guy.
Yes, I've heard of Chris Pratt. Okay, that got a chuckle out of me.
Alright, there's the bat. All that's left is the fake dice block.
Why hasn't there been a Kirby rhythm game? Does Kirby really need a rhythm game? I saw that question before you deleted it, by the way. You're caught.
Actually, there has been a Kirby rhythm game before. The DDD drum game.
Yeah, you're right.
There has, in fact.
First it was a sub game, then it became its standalone thing. My question still stands. Does Kirby really need like an actual another rhythm game?
Sure.
I mean, I guess I wouldn't mind it. It's just I just don't think it's necessary. They need to update Kirby's Return to Dreamland with online co-op first and foremost. And then they need to give us a port of some kind of Kirby's Air Ride. Anything else they do after that is free game. I also want a Pokemon one. The closest you're gonna get to a Pokemon rhythm game is Harmonite, because it was made by the exact same company. That also has Pokemon songs in it. Actually, you know what? That's a game people should download before the eShop shuts down. Actually, is Harmonite still on the eShop? I need to check this now that I said it.
I don't recall a time where they've ever removed games from eShop, so I assume so. At least, up until they shut down the eShop, that is.
I need to check this now that I said it. Didn't Kirby technically have an RPG of sorts in Mass Attack in one of the sub games?
Yeah. It was very, its own thing, though. It wasn't really a game.
Yeah, it's still a thing, though. I'm trying to remember if Harmonite had a demo. I feel like it did. Yeah, it's like, as much as I want to find a physical copy of Dragon Quest VIII, I doubt that's going to happen at this stage of the game. So maybe I really should just consider downloading it before the eShop shuts down. At this point, I'd rather download it for $40 than spend like $150 on it or something. Thanks, scalpers. Oh, yeah, sure enough. Harmonite's still on here. Oh, there is a demo too. You know what? Why not? Actually, hold on. I need to check now that you said it, because I think that game was retail only, and I owned it only to not have it anymore, and I didn't realize how much of a rarity that game was gonna be.
I don't think I want to bother making the spots on the fake item block different colors.
Oh no! It is downloadable. Okay, I lied. It also has a demo. This was a Sega game, wasn't it? I think. Info. Yeah, it is a Sega game. Okay.
Let's delete all the unnecessary stuff.
Yeah, I own Theater Rhythm, Final Bar Line. Really good game. There was an update for it recently. I don't know what they patched or anything, but... Yes, I'm also one of those people who got the Premium Deluxe Edition, which means I'm going to have everything that the game has to offer once they start releasing those songs in droves. Hey, Brandon, quick question. I may have a quick answer.
I'll be quick, because I think Waluigi's finally done. How's it look, folks?
Have you noticed the lack of music recently with the stream? I don't have the audio up, just because I'm here and I'm not trying to hear myself and BJ doubled up.
Oh, actually, I do want to add one little tiny thing, actually. Hold on.
So, I couldn't tell you. It looks like we're coming up to the tail end anyway, so.
There you go. Just some smoke coming out of the exhaust pipes of the cart. There we go. All right. How's Walu jerk look, guys? Alrighty, so let me export this out. Alright. Then we move over here.
Am I allowed to share the characters who have been leaked for Pokemon Unite in chat? We probably already know about them.
Go ahead and hold off in case there are people in chat that don't want that hear that.
Yeah, I'd say don't do it anyway in case, yeah, what BJ said. Some people probably don't want spoilers. I'm one of those people that don't like spoilers myself, but, well, for certain things, we'll say.
There we go. Then all I gotta do now is change
logo in
the
the back.
icon.
Where's my controller at? He knows, chat. He knows.
What do I know?
That you need to change the icon.
Oh, yeah, I just said that. Was this it right here? Yeah, it was. Okay. I think it was, yeah, there we go. I'm gonna smooth that out. Honestly, this might be easier to do in Photoshop. Let's do it there. Oops.
Who is Pikachu?
What?
Sorry, I'm reading chat. Jibanyan and Jibanyan for Unite. The crossover to end all crossovers.
Okay, then there we go. Oops. Need the mushroom to be around the same size as this. Perfect. Okay. There we go. Waluigi. Yay. Confetti, yay. Let the confetti... Do you have a confetti button, Brandon?
I wish I did.
Let it rain down. How's it look, everyone? Yeah, now go to bed, seriously.
Okay, go to bed.
Alright, Morgana. Let me just do this first. I gotta export it, and then I gotta actually apply it to the video before I forget. It's a shame though. I was really hoping to get more done than just this guy. Alright, let me go to the YouTube page. Find Waluigi's video all the way in the back. There you are. Change. There we go.
Just pretend that you did it. Just pretend that you did apply it, and that's just YouTube acting weird. Gaslight the fans who didn't stay for the entire stream. Okay, but gaslighting is wrong.
Yeah, I don't need to pretend. I just applied it. Hey, look, I'll prove it to you. I'll show it to you.
How does the background look off?
What's up?
Like someone in chat saying the background looks off. I'm like, how?
The background looks off? And what?
The thumbnail, I guess?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, so I'm like,
Like, what background? Like, I don't get it. Oh, no. I see what they're saying. I see what they're saying. Hold on. I'll fix it. How did that
wait,
happen?
I don't get it.
It's part of the shading in the back. How did that happen? There we go. Okay, it's fixed. There we go. Okay. Now I gotta re-export it. Here, hold on. Yeah, there we go. I think I just dragged it on accident without realizing.
Oh, y'all are getting spring break soon, aren't y'all?
What's up?
I just saw in chat 2 more days than spring break, and I'm like, oh yeah, that is happening for some of y'all, isn't it?
Alright, there we go.
I'm not able to keep up with school holidays anymore. The only things I'm able to keep up with are Thanksgiving, Christmas, Halloween, etc.
Alright, there we go. Alright. We get 3 done out of 118.
Hey, that's content, though.
That is content, I suppose. Alright. So, next time, hopefully in the next stream, we get more than, yeah, because I spent almost 5 hours on just Waluigi. That's, oof. Alright, so next time I stream this, Waluigi's done, so I can put him into the finish folder. We will be working on Shantae, and this is what I have for Shantae. This is the sketch idea that I have. So, her pose, and what you're seeing here is the negative space under the what if is going to be filled with a cloud with her animal forms silhouetting in the cloud. So it's not, so her animal forms aren't actually there, but they're going to be formed from the cloud. If that makes sense. So that's going to be fun to do. And I may as well show you guys the rest of the sketches that I at least have finished, just to give you something to look forward to. So here's Klonoa. Pretty simple. Got some background characters that were also included in the moveset technically. Here's Johto Trainer. Some of you may recognize this pose if you remember the old art. That's what I was kind of going for. I wanted to reference that. I showed you Frisk a little bit earlier, pondering to fight or act.
I will say, I think my most, I think the most, my favorite victory theme that I've done so far for the What If stuff is Klonoa's.
Yeah. Here is Shadow. I wanted him to try to look cool, and not just edgy, but cool. Because I like that when Shadow is cool and not edgy. Well, I should rephrase that. He's always been edgy, but sometimes he's been edgy and lame. But I like it when he's edgy and cool. So here's him being edgy and cool. Then I had Banjo. And that's all I got. So, for sure, next time we'll be doing Shantae. I'll try to aim for a tomorrow stream. We'll see. It depends on what's going on with my family and my uncle who's showing up. Gotta be totally honest, I'm not... Like, I'm excited that he's coming, but there's like one aspect to him that I'm not really looking forward to, and because he's totally the kind of uncle that's just like, so you got a girlfriend yet? Ask those kinds of questions, and it's like, man,
Ah, God.
I'm not looking. I'm not looking for a girlfriend. Alright, I'm going to bed. Thank you all for stopping by. Have a good night.
And I guess I'm going to make dinner then.